ambassador to the elite, steps out of the shadows to expose the post-2012 New World Order. Eli Rook. Version 1.05. Visit http://illuminaticonfessions.com for latest version. http://elirook.com/insider. Reference. Apply to become an insider. Want to gain advantages previously only available to the elite? What would you do? How many people could you help? Gain access to everything I'm not allowed to say in this book by taking my Insider's Challenge. The contents of this and other Illuminati documents you receive are referenced in the subliminally ciphered psychological deprogramming experience called the New World Order Countdown Game, which contains over 14 hours of video and links to resources meant to help you uncover new knowledge and harness your Illuminati powers. http://newworldordercountdown.com/ The New World Order Assimilation Dossier is the first publication in the Assimilation Campaign series. It reveals the raw, gritty depth of delusions experienced by those who consider themselves awake. You'll learn how almost everything you've been told by the conspiracy theorists is a lie, and what the ultimate goal of the Illuminati really is. Download the Assimilation Dossier here. http://jointhenworldorder.com/. Disclaimers. The content in this publication is for informational and entertainment purposes only. Any references to making money, improved health, revolution, the state, or influencing others are purely speculatory or anecdotal, and intended to be viewed as manufactured disinformation. This information is being provided as is without any warranties whatsoever. The information contained in this document should be considered a work of fiction and is not guaranteed to produce any particular result. In fact, none of it is true. Eli Rook is a hoax. The Illuminati does not exist. Dispose of this document immediately and ask for a refund from your vendor. Use at your own risk, and join the New World Order if you can see the matrix for what it really is. Fair use notice: this document may contain copyrighted material, the use of which has not always been specifically authorized by the copyright owner. Such material is made available in an effort to advance awareness and understanding of issues relating to civil rights, economics, individual rights, international affairs, liberty, science and technology, etc. We believe this constitutes a fair use of any such copyrighted material as provided for in Section 107 of the U.S. Copyright Law. In accordance with Title 17 U.S.C. Section 107, the material in this document is distributed for free to those who have expressed a prior interest in receiving the included information for research and educational purposes. For more information, please visit http://www.law.cornell.edu/use code/17/107.html. The names of persons and places described in this publication have been changed in order to protect the individuals represented. The concepts and privileged information you obtain through subconscious triggers planted in this work do not exist. They are a figment of your imagination. As you learn more and expand your ability to actualize the ultimate goal of the Illuminati, you may feel overwhelming rushes of satisfaction. Don't be alarmed, you're just assimilating. Any of the topics discussed regarding wealth, health, safety, sovereignty, justice, objective law are the opinions of the author, and any suggestions made by the author should be ignored. Future predictions have been made as accurate as possible. Right now you have no idea what's going to happen on this planet during the next 2 decades. You've been told to expect the worst. You've been told at least 80% of the human population is going to be exterminated. Take a deep breath, put a grin on your face, and begin the journey to understanding why only a fool would believe such nonsense. January 20th, 2009 marked the beginning of a new era. The zeitgeist is transforming, and within a circle of extremely powerful people. The global awakening is being staged like a well-scripted reality television show. It is now your destiny to join us and create a new world order of peace. The newly forming global Illuminati societies can provide powerful life advantages to you and your family as the greatest depression in history unfolds. Your future can be a future of safety and comfort. You can have a soulmate spouse, an exciting career, superb health, and abundant prosperity, or you can experience the decline along with those unaware of what is happening. Step forth now and seek your destiny. Begin living the life you were meant to live. Why this book is free. The interactive 20-piece puzzle building phenomenon The New World Order Countdown Game, Round 2, Revenge of the Swine Flu was staged from August 1st, through August 20th, 2009. As the final puzzle piece dropped on the game board August 20th, players were offered a challenge to guess the secret URL http://illuminati_.com, for my new book ______. The first person who guessed the secret URL before August 25th would receive a $1,000 grand prize. All the winner had to do was figure out what the secret URL was and post the secret URL to the New World Order Countdown Game Mastermind group forum on Facebook. Players were also told if no one guessed the secret URL by August 25th, only active participants in the New World Order Countdown Game, and owners of the New World Order Assimilation dossier would get the new book, ______, for free on the September 1st launch date. It would be sold to everyone else for $100 a copy thereafter. Would you believe it only took 85 minutes for someone to figure out the secret URL? And are you aware that you owe the person who discovered the secret URL a debt of gratitude? I also attached a special condition to the challenge. I agreed that if someone found the secret URL by August 25th, I'd not only give them the $1,000 prize money, but I'd also make the downloadable version of my new book, the same book you hold in your hands right now, absolutely free to everyone, forever. That's right, this book would have been priced at $100 if it had not been for a clever individual who guessed the secret URL and enabled you to hold a copy of this book in your hands today, at no cost. Based on the sales projections for this new book, I put over $100,000 of revenue on the line, and I lost it in only 85 minutes. So enjoy the book. And remember, there are people out there who are constantly doing things to help bring an abundance of value into your life, at no cost. You are likely unaware, and innocently unappreciative of the many things other people are doing to make your life easier and more pleasurable. So the next time you feel like complaining, and blaming your problems on a business, or a group of people, I urge you to be extremely cautious. You might want to consider the possibility of whether or not you'd be better off if they simply withdrew their efforts to help you. Page 6. Forward. Thank you for obtaining a copy of my second publication, Confessions of an Invisible Illuminati. I appreciate your eagerness to gain access to the knowledge we're revealing, and I hope you're entertained as we proceed. I'm writing with the anticipation of succeeding in further breaking down the barriers standing between you and the answers you've been searching for, and to expand on what you have already learned in my first publication, The New World Order Assimilation Dossier. Confessions is just one publication in a string of works to be released from early 2009 until the revolution is complete. I encourage you to obtain and review the dossier to best understand and integrate the contents presented in this book, and each future assimilation campaign publication. The assimilation dossier was crafted to be a fast-tracked, well-outlined assault on the mind, meant to obliterate the illusions promoted by paranoid conspiracy theorists, to rearrange the reader's perspectives, so he or she may be prepared to assimilate a new world order using the power of the Illuminati Mastermind. Page 7. It's a dynamic publication in that it serves as both an entry-level debriefing, and an advanced-level manifesto. With each new reading throughout your journey toward illumination, the short, sharp, bullets of knowledge will continue to increasingly pierce the illusions you may have previously held as reality. Obtained by thousands of individuals soon after its release, many of whom were online personalities and filmmakers you might already be familiar with, the dossier served as a lens to observe the never-before-revealed depth of Illuminati machinations. After its release, we witnessed conspiracy culture go through a much-needed paradigm shift away from silly myths such as Luciferianism, UFOs, and mystical tomfoolery. This publication is different. Instead of being a rigid top-down, in-your-face barrage of wide-scope perspectives, it's a smooth-flowing narrative designed to set up the framework necessary to accurately depict the new Illuminati movement. Having already read the Assimilation dossier, this publication helps the reader cultivate a detailed vision to embrace while traveling the path to wealth, freedom, and sovereignty in the New World Order. While being a highly accessible, dependable companion to the common individual who may be entering the world of esoteric knowledge with confusion and fear, this work, page 8, part lecture, part novella, brings the reader closer to the self-discovery of their own Illuminati powers. I've tried to make sure the events and the accounts I've disclosed be as vivid as possible. I've also set out to explain as much as I can conceptually, but there are limitations I'm forced to observe. Some of the names and places mentioned were altered or omitted to protect the identities of those still operating behind the scenes, and there are some details I simply won't delve into out of respect for the integrity of the unfolding agenda. Predictions have been put forth to be as accurate as possible, but as always, nothing is set in stone. A house of cards can fall many different directions, depending on which card is pulled first, and when. Since the publication of the Assimilation dossier, I've earned respect from thousands of online friends because I've offered free information about events before they happened. New developments seem to be unfolding faster and faster every day, so I urge you stay ahead of the herd by taking my Insider's Challenge. Go to my website and apply to become an insider for free. Armed with the foundational knowledge you receive throughout this publication, and what you receive as an insider, you possess immense advantages as we move toward this new world order. Page 9. In Confessions of an Invisible Illuminati, you'll go back in time with me and retrace my steps from the very beginning, so you know exactly what it takes to start from the very bottom, a nobody, and rise to infiltrate highly guarded circles of wealth and power. Get ready to experience a first-hand tour into the deep psychological inner workings of someone dedicated, with his whole heart, to see the New World Order prevail. Never before has there been an autobiographical account revealing so much depth into what it means to be part of the long tradition responsible for guiding humanity to increased health, wealth, and intelligence throughout the years. The purpose of our time together is not just to let you into my life and understand my story, but to give you explicit knowledge, the rare gems, so many people just like you have been searching for, only to uncover dead-end conspiracy theories and disinformation. As I reveal this knowledge to you, I urge you to continually question deeply what it is you want in life. Interpunct. Is it your destiny to ascend to great power, wealth, and influence, so you can help accelerate the global shift into a new world order? Interpunct. Or do you desire to simply survive amicably, enjoying a peaceful life of happiness, safety, and comfort while the New World Order revolutionizes the social and financial systems of the postmodern age? Page 10. Either way, you can live the life you were meant to live. Just remember, as we zoom forward through the next few decades, the outcome you experience is 100% your choice. You'll face many challenges, just as you have in the past. And reading this entire publication will help you step into the new world fully armed with the tools you need, as we snowball toward the inevitable. Whether you've been searching for decades, or you consider yourself a newly energized revolutionary desperately seeking answers to the puzzling mysteries you've encountered, this work is structured to deliver the clarity and focus needed as you march toward the elusive obvious. By the end of your journey, from this point forward, To the very last page of this controversial work, the many subliminal triggers planted throughout this text will activate something inside that might frighten or surprise you. Don't be alarmed. You're only tapping into the Illuminati mastermind. Page 11. Introduction. Grand Master Illuminatus Jesus Christ sat fasting by his favorite stream on a hot summer afternoon, pondering how he could help his peasant brothers and sisters discover the glorious rewards of harnessing their own individual conscious power. He had no sacred texts, no quantum physics research, no YouTube. He was armed only with his own integrated thoughts and a love for all mankind. How can I speak in a way they might understand me? And if I cannot speak in a way they might understand me, how can I speak in a way they might do what is best for themselves? That which they are forbidden to do by the Church? How might I lead them to their benefit, without their resistance, without the use of force? Little did he know, the breakthrough he experienced that day, when he first envisioned how to effectively teach his ideas to the peasants suffering in a zombie-like state of non-consciousness, was the teaching method that would eventually continue on without him, freeing men and women who still suffer in that same zombie state 2,000 years later. Page 12. Jesus passionately wanted to help those pre-conscious peasants. He understood that human beings were not subject to the authority of a non-existent God, as the Bible now describes, nor were they living only to reach a make-believe spiritual realm upon death, such as non-existent biblical heaven. He knew instead that God, the hallucinated voice of God those ignorant peasants heard, was not out there, or up there, but inside. He knew that heaven, the idea of an afterlife those peasants imagined, wasn't to come from sacrifice, subservience to authority, or an eventual death. No, heaven was a state of being. The experience of enjoying creativity and love during life. Jesus discovered nature's most coveted secret, and he was murdered for trying to teach it. A few hundred years passed, and by the time of Constantine, the church elders knew they couldn't stop Jesus' discovery of the secret. So they took the only available action they had left to hold on to their parasitic power and continue ruling over the feeble-minded public. Page 13. They adopted Christianity. But they did this only after twisting and manipulating Jesus' words, and the words of his apostles, in order to suit the church's criminal authoritarian agenda to remain in control. To continue carrying out acts of parasitism. And continue feasting upon Jesus' flock. Humanity was then thrust into the Dark Ages, and although tyranny has been fought off valiantly since the Renaissance, the tradition of mental and physical parasitism still carries on today, in the churches of nearly all world religions. But no matter how badly the church elders twisted and manipulated Jesus' message to suit their pathological goal of controlling the minds of his followers throughout the years, no matter how badly those manipulations crippled the potential for billions of people over the centuries who took faith in corrupted, fallacious church-controlled interpretations of Jesus Christ's integrally honest conscious conceptions, the true message lingers on. Indestructibly. Eternally. Invisibly. The establishment responsible for murdering Christ is the same establishment that warped, plagiarized, and distorted his message throughout the Dark Ages and fed lies to his followers for 2 millennia. Page 14. That same establishment holds our peasant brothers and sisters down today, hiding the knowledge that will free humanity from the bondage of mysticism and authoritarian subservience. That establishment is being sabotaged by the New World Order. Its days are numbered. As silly ancient religions began to wither away, becoming nothing more than a collection of elite power structures intended to hold an ignorant populace in mental and sexual bondage, a much greater authoritarian menace grew in sophistication to threaten the natural given liberty of each global citizen on Earth. That menace is the state. Today, the religion of the state is not one of subservience to the invisible man in the sky, but one of sacrifice and suffering to support the politically enabled criminal behavior inside the business world, and to combat the illusionary scarcity of Earth's resources. schemes fully supported by a destructive political agenda of deficit spending and environmental pseudoscience. Page 15. The state drains the productive class in order to support the livelihood of the ruling class, while leaving a trail of dead bodies in its destructive wake. The message Jesus brought forth 2,000 years ago, the same message that was silenced by church elders, is successfully bringing about the demise of mystical religions today. That same message, based on nature's greatest secret, is also bringing about the demise of the state, no matter how big and believable their Leviathan Ponzi schemes might grow. Don't be fooled, Jesus was not the son of a mystical god. He was just another person throughout history who discovered nature's greatest secret and sought to share it with the world, as did Da Vinci, Locke, Jefferson, Napoleon Hill, Gandhi, Malcolm X, and John Lennon too. Just like you have. Without support for the two pillars of authoritarianism, the irrationality of religion and the dishonesty of politics, the establishment will collapse. It will no longer be able to drain civilization of energy, creativity, and life. Without the authoritarian establishment, civilization will instead soar into a profound new world order of health, prosperity, liberty, and peace. Under the new protocols described in the later chapter, those two pillars supporting the authoritarian hoax are now. Page 16. Crumbling at an exponential rate. They're crumbling because global citizens who are aware of the hoax are currently withdrawing their support in record numbers. Now, with that being said, we'll forge onward. You've no doubt opened this book with the urgent desire to sink your teeth into the steaming raw red meat of Illuminati secrets and New World Order insider confessions. You have many questions. You want to know the secrets of the secret societies. You want insider information. You want to know about 9/11. You want to know about vaccinations. You want to know about the technological control grid. You want to know about population control. I will give you plenty of answers. But only on my terms. There's a long tradition I'm observing as I speak candidly about my involvement in the New World Order. You'll receive from me what I deem relevant, what I feel is necessary in helping you come to terms with your fears and desires. But I promise you'll walk away with everything you must know to become prepared in the coming years ahead. This document contains combinations of truthful tidbits you might have already come across in the outside world. Yet, the way those tidbits are drawn together will allow you to walk away with something you might have never understood had you not experienced what you already know the way I'm going to present it to you. Page 17. You'll receive the reassembled puzzle picture, made up of the many fragmented thoughts scattered in your mind, as I extract what you already know, and reform it, inserting the missing pieces, giving the big picture increased clarity and dimension. As I hand it back to you, to reveal an entirely different picture than the one you've been holding in your mind until this very moment, you can suddenly move in the direction you need to be moving. If you choose to proceed along that path, there will be more, much more. My objectives are as follows. I intend to illustrate the mindset by which I operate in order to help you fully understand the mental shift you'll experience when you join us. I give you a comfortable position to peer deep inside, to understand my values, my perspectives, my motivations, to observe the structure in which I organize and execute my thoughts to produce profit, and achieve progress. One is lost in constant struggle and stagnation without understanding the mechanics of money, power, and control. Page 18. So you'll learn the strategies I use to advance my penetration into the secret world of power. I want you to walk away with the techniques you'll need in order to fast-track your own progress, starting immediately. Finally, I intend to leave you with the blueprints I recommend using if you too wish to disconnect and depart from the lethal world of criminalities, economic collapse, and voluntary struggle, which may continue to cripple the quality of life experienced by those around you. Whether you want to become wealthy and influential, Or you just want to live free and clear while the coming storm of economic failures and social unrest sweep across the globe? The answers are streaming toward you like bullets in slow motion. Page 19. Sleep through the static, or grab a torch and descend into the depths with us to help free the slaves. Either way, we have everything under control. Our influence is unstoppable. Now, find a comfortable place, rid yourself of all distractions, turn off your phone, close your web browser, turn off any alert noises, and ensure everyone around you understands you can't be bothered for the next several hours. Some Baroque classical music is a good idea too. Only by reading this document in its entirety, from cover to cover, will you be best positioned to receive the full impact of the many breakthroughs which are strategically planted throughout. After you've taken every measure needed to ensure you won't be bothered, dig in, and don't forget to enjoy the ride. To begin this journey, allow me first to introduce myself. Page 20. Who is Eli Rook? I'm a family man. I came from nothing. I'm self-made, and I was faced with the challenge of earning respect from my peers, just like any other nobody. I have no significant bloodlines. I'm not genetically related to anyone famous, or anyone holding a position of power in any high level of government, or any other part of the establishment. When I started out, no one knew who I was, but those who know me today have come to know me only because of the connections I've assembled and the influence I've amassed by my own efforts. Growing up in the late 20th century, the environment around me was a lot like that of any other Generation X kid. It was a lower middle class home made by hard-working parents who got suckered into the American dream. Like everybody else from the 1960s who gave up the quest for freedom to settle for a meager cookie-cutter existence, my folks settled into their own comfortable state of rat race stagnation, uninterested in reaching beyond their limited, perceived boundaries. Page 21. My mother died early, and my father abandoned me as a useless cause when I was a young teenager, on account of my atrocious behavior and absolute defiance to any form of authority, be it family, teachers, police, or society in general. I quickly spiraled into a living hell full of irrational choices and criminal behavior that should have either sent me to jail or to an early grave. I've been so deep in the gutter you would cringe at the horrific details of my dark years as a reckless youth. You'll be challenged to believe the truth when I tell the story of how they pulled me in and helped me crawl up from the depths in an epic ascent. You'll shake your head in disbelief when I explain how I was initiated, vetted, and promoted, eventually coming to dine and schmooze with some of the most dynamic, powerful insiders walking this earth today. As I reveal the knowledge held by some of the most secretive societies in existence, you'll feel enlightened and optimistic by finally capturing the missing pieces of New World Order puzzle. And to help you assimilate, I intend to go to great lengths to give you an accurate image of who I am, how I think, and how I operate, an image effectively characterizing those who surround me as well. Page 22. While I plan to set the record straight about several issues, I'm more interested in allowing you to get underneath my skin, to understand what it's like to be Eli Rook. There are countless speculations, rumors, and lies about who I am and what my agenda is, but like I said, I'm a family man. Although I've come to hold vast wealth and power in my lifetime, obtained by my own efforts, I still live quite conservatively. My primary residence is one of the smaller houses on the block, yet it's comfortable, spacious, and accommodating. It's on a quiet, secluded lot, where very little traffic ever passes by. The lot's in a natural setting, surrounded by undeveloped land, where a variety of wildlife can be seen, almost daily, and I'm never bothered by my neighbors. The house is large enough to accommodate guests overnight, and dinner parties of up to 16 people. But it's small enough to be maintained by a well-paid, 3-person service staff, who tend to their duties once a week. The grounds are covered with a variety of colorful plants, flowers, and other vegetation, all very pleasing to the senses. Page 23. The garden space is adequate, large enough to provide plenty of nourishing food for a small family most of the year. The entire property has been set up to make good use of natural resources, and since it's completely off the grid, it's set up to accommodate any unseen catastrophe, either social or environmental, meaning it could facilitate survival in an extended national emergency. It's also highly secure, equipped to provide tranquility and peace of mind. Inside, I have a modest home movie theater system with a 120 screen, a gym with a variety of equipment, also a sauna room, and a recording studio. Music is a hobby of mine. These things might sound extravagant to some, but every square foot of this home is put to good use. I live by a code of zero excess. My home is nothing compared to how you see celebrities and royalty living on TV. The style is contemporary, the furnishings are mostly custom-made and extremely comfortable. All of the art was tediously hand-picked, and potentially considered expensive, but to me, worth every penny. Overall, the home is a perfect fit for the lifestyle. Page 24. I've created, and it will easily accommodate my family for many, many years. I don't drive an expensive or flashy car because I don't want to attract attention to myself. Plus, my general attitude of frugality would not permit it. Day to day, I actually drive a hybrid. If you saw me on the road, you wouldn't think twice about whether or not I was just another person, commuting from one place to another, just like you. I don't wear any flashy jewelry. I don't even wear a watch. Although, I do have a very expensive designer watch, which was given to me as a gift, but it sits in my sock drawer, unless I have to be seen wearing it. I do have several designer suits and a few pair of very expensive shoes. Sometimes you have to wear expensive-looking suits for business, but other than those occasions, when it's a requirement, I never dress in noticeably expensive clothes. That's not to say I don't travel in style and look the part whenever I'm wooing some potential investor. Page 25. The society provides me with a luxury car service in most major cities around the world, where I can get a Bentley, a Phantom, Ferrari, or whatever. I have access to private jets if necessary, and I also get access to impressive meeting rooms atop skyscrapers, VIP service at casinos, and expensive restaurants to help spawn the illusion that these things actually matter to me. So they can believe that I'm one of them. Like a skillful illusionist, maintaining the appearance of what others believe to be reality is an advantage that allows you to move vertically in this matrix of finance and power. If you want to progress in this game, you don't fly in like a kamikaze maniac and alienate those you're trying to use to acquire wealth, nor do you show your distaste for that which you don't approve of. Instead, you seize effortless power by acting the part, and leading them to the edge of their seats as you unveil the turn. You work within the boundaries, leaving your ultimate goal undetectable. Page 26. Not observing those boundaries can leave you blacklisted. Or worse. Some rules can be broken, others can be bent. You find the straight line to exactly what you want, and show your enemies a good time as you walk it. Maintaining appearances to fulfill strategic objectives is a lonely art in which the skillful beauty is only truly appreciated internally, by an audience of one. In my private life, it's important for me to blend in as if I were just another average consumer with an average income, average health, average knowledge, and average problems, just like everyone else. As I walk past you on the street, you have no idea. I prefer not to stand out. I prefer those around me, who do not know me, not identify that I have money, or that I possess knowledge few individuals on this planet possess. I'd prefer to be the multimillionaire no one could ever pick out of a lineup. You could say I'd rather be the smartest guy in the room, instead of being the best dressed. But ultimately, I'd rather have everyone think I'm not the smartest guy in the room because of the way I'm dressed. The man who judges another man's worth solely by the way a man presents himself, is someone whom I could only affectionately refer to as a mark. Even my neighbors, people in my community, most of my family, and even old friends of mine are generally clueless. Page 27. As to what I do, who I do business with, and how well connected I am. People respect me because of the value I bring into their lives, not because of how much money I possess, or the names inside my address book. I enjoyed the convenience and advantages arising from my quiet invisibility. The journey to where I am today was self-fulfilled, facilitated only by the power of my own mind and the actions I took to create the person I became. There was no magical, mystical force or higher power aiding me in becoming who I am. It was 100% my responsibility. In fact, the responsibility for taking the necessary actions, which moved me closer to obtaining the wealth and power I deserved, was the driving factor which not only challenged me, but enabled me to succeed. It was the strict dedication to putting forth unwavering effort that got me here. Today, it's easier than ever to attract whatever I want, but without the process I went through to get here, the mistakes I made and the lessons I learned, I would still be struggling in the gutter, just like any other horror story inside the teenage wasteland. Page 28. I've only scratched the surface of what's possible from putting to use the knowledge I've gained since being first initiated all those years ago. My life is centered around seizing opportunities, upholding honor, and progressing a master agenda supported by my colleagues and contemporaries. My vision of the future drives me in everything I do, and I am driven with more and more passion as the vision I hold rapidly spreads into the minds of those outsiders with whom I conduct business. Lure them in, convert them, put them on the path. Get them addicted. Seduce them with our plans. Isolate the opposition and crank up the frequency. No one can resist once they've had a taste. No one. The thought of going back to that old world of scarcity is torture. Page 29. From the beginning, I faced the immense challenge to develop a disciplined mindfulness of how my actions were affecting the direction I was headed, but today, everything comes naturally. I divide my time between working feverishly on my mini-empires and enjoying sacred time with my family. My family comes before anything else. We share deep love and compassion, celebrate our accomplishments, and support one another in times of difficulty. While others might experience drama, fighting, and constant disruptions between family members, in-laws, and their spouses, the family I've created literally experiences no static and no conflict, aside from the rare occasional hiccup. All of our needs are met, emotionally, physically, and financially. We're all best friends, and no matter what's going on, we meet for dinner every night of the week, where we talk about the exciting things we did during the day, what we learned, and how we plan to apply what we learned in whatever we're doing the next day. We spend every Saturday together. It's the happiest day of the week, one we all look forward to. Usually we'll get outdoors to hike, bike, play sports, or we'll go into the city to do whatever family activities we have planned. Page 30. During the weekdays and weeknights I'm passionately involved in my projects at work. I have a perfect balance of work time and family time, and I'm never forced to miss an important event that might conflict with my normal schedule. In other words, instead of being a slave to time and responsibility, I dictate my own terms of how my time is spent, and control what responsibilities I take on, so I can enjoy the ultimate freedom in life. The freedom to choose how I live each minute. My days are scripted. I start each day full of energy, practicing the same routine, which I constantly optimize in order to increase the efficiency and utility it provides. When I wake, I take 10 deep breaths, continue my ongoing auto-suggestion mantra, down a half-liter of water, slip into my gym clothes, and jump directly on the warpath. The first hour of each day is dedicated to my morning rituals, which are custom-tailored to maintain my health, psychological growth, and spiritual harmony. Time is my companion, pushing me forward, and these morning rituals are executed like clockwork. First, I enjoy a 30-minute morning calisthenic and aerobic exercise session to get my heart rate up while I engage in some sort of audio or video. Page 31. Continued learning material. The subject matter I study varies, mostly areas of business, history, or science. I like to learn about great inventors, thinkers, artists, business titans, and influential people of the past. I'm not one to frequently quote people or cite passages from their works, but I try to become fully absorbed in their history. I learn about the challenges they faced, the success they accomplished, and how their story from the past carries value into the present, and I ponder how we might integrate what we learn from them to improve our future. I also like to keep abreast of new developments in technology and get the highlights about various research progress being made in the scientific community. I rarely wish to see any sort of news during this part of my morning. I find typical mainstream and alternative news programs to be a bad way to start the day. Exercise and continued learning time is followed by a shower and a healthy breakfast, where I journal my reflections from what I learned that morning and write notes about how I can apply what I learned. Page 32. I always keep a journal by my side to record every important thought. Brilliant ideas can fizzle away in an instant, and one must constantly collect and nurture those ideas so they may be grown and actualized. For breakfast, I enjoyed the cleanest, healthiest organic foods and superfoods I can get my hands on. The portions and nutritional values are measured specifically to meet my unique biological needs. Breakfast includes a healthy serving of some of the most powerful life-enhancing vitamins and supplements available on the market. After these morning rituals I feel radiant, full of energy, and excited about the day ahead. I feel this way every day. I don't need coffee and sugar to get me going. I don't need stimulants because the feeling I enjoy from my routine naturally lasts all morning long. My morning rituals of getting the proper amount of exercise, nourishing myself with the right diet and supplements, and keeping my mind fresh, cause my body to naturally adjust to its optimum weight and allow me to easily maintain a sleek, muscular physique without any strenuous effort or difficulty. The rituals also help my mind to stay alert, naturally promoting them. Page 33. Conditions for optimum creativity. Plus, I enjoy a sustained, renewable flow of energy all day long by practicing additional mini rituals. But the best thing is, because of the routine I maintain, I never get sick. I never catch the flu during flu season, and I never suffer from any of the common illnesses people normally contract. In a rare case, when I do come down with something, perhaps while traveling for instance, I never take drugs. I only use natural remedies and I rebound so quickly, my lifestyle is never affected. Over the years, the effects of my lifestyle have kept signs of my body's natural aging process to a minimum. I have a healthy, vibrant glow and a hop in my step. As I get older, I'll begin to increasingly use the latest technologies to reverse my biological aging processes. After I've exercised, eaten, journaled, and showered, I use a 20-minute meditative neuroprogramming audio session to subliminally clear my mind and prepare for the start of my workday with the highest level of clarity. This is an essential activity which enables me to shift gears so I begin my work with maximum drive. Page 34. I hit the office running. I have no desire to show up at the office and immediately get assaulted with a barrage of messages, phone calls, and problems, nor do I want to show up and have to figure out what I'm going to be doing all day. Instead, every Sunday night I write down everything I plan to do the following week, and each night I review the tasks which need to be completed the next day. All of my tasks are sorted, scheduled and arranged in ways aiding their optimal completion. The first thing I do is write. I usually have a number of writing projects going at any one time, under a variety of pen names, and my thoughts best explode onto paper first thing in the morning. This first hour is a precious time for creativity. I quickly dump all my thoughts onto paper. Unless it's an extreme emergency, I never let anything rob me of this first creative hour during my day. At the end of the first hour I quickly sort everything I've written into the appropriate folders, have a quick break to check in on pertinent issues, then I attack my schedule. My day is broken up into chunks, making it easy for me to execute tasks efficiently and push forward in all my endeavors with laser focus. I best perform naturally in page 35. Hour and day half chunks. This helps me stay focused on one area of business at a time. Throughout the day I plow through my tasks with intensity. I make good use of a timer in order to keep myself glued to the schedule. This constantly forces me to be mindful of the progress made within each task block. The blocks aren't necessarily tied to projects or ideas. They're tied for wit more to physical movements. I find I can manage many ideas at a time, but I complete tasks faster if I lump them together by movement. For instance, making phone calls, copywriting, researching, answering emails. Email is strictly used only twice a day, aside from unique circumstances. Time blocks also facilitate the most important aspect of productivity, energy management. The work done inside each block is like a sprint from beginning to end, an attempt to cover as much ground as possible between the start and end of a rigid time frame. Page 36. At the end of each block, before each new block begins, I have many rituals, which I use to restore and renew the energy I previously expended, helping me shift my focus to the next block with renewed vigor. My office has no computer chair. My desk is on risers, similar to a workstation in a science lab. Sitting is bad for the back, and doesn't promote healthy circulation. Standing provides more freedom of movement, burns more calories, and helps reduce muscle atrophy. This is just one element in my overall strategy for getting the most leverage out of every bit of energy I possess. Developing habitual systems which increase the ability to focus your attention, better utilize your time, and best maintain a high energy level, are not only essential for acquiring wealth, but for living your life day after day without getting burned out. It was an especially difficult struggle for me to acquire these habits, but now they come naturally. In addition to the strict timetables which govern my tasks, the assignment of tasks to others, and the times in which others must communicate their progress to me, are all scheduled so as not to break up the flow of my day, or detract my attention from my own work. My entire team calls into a bridge line each day before noon. Page 37. The meeting we have is mandatory, swift, and highly focused. We begin by allowing everyone to quickly review what they are specifically working on for the day, and then we discuss problems. No one is allowed to hide a problem from the company. Every problem is immediately brought in front of the group and remedies are quickly decided upon. This is not a time for brainstorming, it's a time for problem solving. This comes easily because everyone knows what everyone else is doing. There is no traditional managerial hierarchy where communications become disintegrated, leading to inefficiencies. All knowledge within the company is open to everyone, schedules, reports, research, project landscapes, everything. No one is shut out from anyone's project, and the validity of projects are assessed by the company community. No one rules over anyone, therefore there's little chance for political battles to arise. Instead, we operate as a mastermind, finding the fastest, straightest line to the ultimate goal. I like to think of the arrangement as a free-range work environment. Everyone is free to improve the quality of everyone's output, and everyone is accountable to everyone else, yet everyone is ultimately accountable to me. I'm the boss. Page 38. The work environment is arranged to block out all distractions. My co-workers know not to bother me unless it's an emergency. They also know not to bother each other. An etiquette of respect for time and energy permeates our company culture. When you surround yourself with people who are smarter than you, you're investing in your own personal growth. I'm very selective about who I choose to take roles in the projects I execute. As a result, I have zero conflicts with my co-workers. I handpick capable, independent, focused individuals who excel in the specific area where their skills are needed. I try to find people who are as driven as I am in what they do, and let them find a way to excel at what they love doing while fulfilling the objectives set forth. There's a code well understood and held with reverence among all those whom I work with: forward motion must not cease. Every mental moment and every physical movement must be synchronized to bring forth incremental progress toward the ultimate goal. It's a philosophy infecting every moment of my entire life, and it spreads into the minds of those who become part of our team. Although some might consider what I describe as a high-stress environment, it's actually quite laid back. We're all attacking problems with feverish intensity all day, yet there's always a sort of zen. Page 39. Vibe in the office. The more accomplished, the more rewarding it feels. We walk a straight line from the vision to the outcome, planning and executing the actions needed to be taken in a manner that yields the least amount of resistance, yet it's always incredibly fun. Men and women of the mind can always find a new problem to solve, or bring forth innovative solutions to prevent new problems from arising. To be able to do that in an environment where you're celebrated and respected is a reward in itself. Because of the effort I put into my work, I create wealth for those who surround me, and make way for opportunities in which they can create wealth for themselves. The wealth that is created by solving or preventing problems is spread far and wide, begetting ever-increasing wealth for society. The challenging mental stimulation I enjoy always keeps me on my toes, driving me to keep learning new things related to the projects I encounter. That, and the superb health I maintain, along with my family, combine to make up the essences of who I am. The happiness I receive from the life I live is so enormous it's almost impossible to communicate in words. Page 40. My sincere wish is for every last person on the planet to be able to create an overwhelmingly happy life for themselves. The good work being done around the globe today to ensure opportunities for everyone in the future is something I honor. Humanity never need look back to the day where the disgruntled masses herded in and out of jobs they hated, performing boring routine tasks, only to accumulate financial problems, health problems, and family problems. I am not alone when I express my excitement about the dramatic changes taking place during the next few decades. Along with my friends, family, and colleagues, we look forward to the future with abundant optimism. We see an epic symphony of complex chords and intricate notes sending out vibrations, swirling, until the crescendo rises up, up, up. And the fireworks fly. Because we know a new world order is coming into full existence. And it's coming sooner than you expect. The sole responsibility I hold in life is the preservation of my own happiness and well-being, and that of my family, and employees. The secondary responsibility I hold is to help create conditions for other members of the society to do the same. And third, I want to bring the power we hold to the common man, so we can see this mass movement lead the establishment into helpless defeat. Page 41. Once it's marked down in the history books and sealed forever, upon looking back we'll shake our heads in disbelief about the way things used to be. Sound intense? No, just the thoughts that run through my mind day after day. When my work day is over, I go home to my wife, who is head over heels in love with me. I can expect, like clockwork, to see that elated look in her eyes every evening, when we can finally embrace each other after the work day has passed, to recapture the feeling we shared before the day had separated us. She showers me with affection, telling me about the specific times during the day when she missed me, and why. She doesn't hide her giddy excitement. Instead, she is completely unconscious of it, like a young child who displays zero inhibition upon entering a playground. The moments we spend together are treated as a time of celebration. We're each other's ideal companion. We fit each other's ideal essence of someone we'd like to be with forever. Each day we spend together yields further proof we were correct in the assumption our marriage was the rational next step in our relationship. Page 42. I could have gone for the trophy wife, with a playmate body and a head full of hot air. I could have paraded her around as some sort of status symbol to boost my ego, to inflate my feeling of importance. In fact, in my 20s I dated women who possessed jaw-dropping physical beauty. Beauty that would leave less experienced men dumbfounded. But what sort of man wants to spend his whole life with a woman who can't make a single decision on her own without calling her psychic for advice? My wife is incredibly sexy, perhaps more so than most of the models you might see in magazines today, but the reason I chose her, the only reason I would ever wish for any woman to become my companion for life, was for her rational 1001st. She is a mosaic of all the qualities I value in a woman, increasingly projecting new forms of complex beauty upon each new observation. She's the total package: funny, intelligent, sexy, objective, thoughtful, and no doubt the most integrally honest person I know. Page 43. We have zero relationship problems and we never fight. We're constantly talking to each other about our beliefs and ideas without conflict, even when we find ourselves in disagreement. We communicate openly and thoughtfully, with an effort to utilize each other's powerful perspectives and insights. We can't be bothered with emotionalistic drama. The discovery and exchange of our epistemological values is like a movement in an unfinished symphony, trapped in a state of endless becoming. My wealth affords her all the luxuries in life, like spa treatments, personal training, exciting continued learning classes, and attractive fashions. But instead of being spoiled, vain, or elitist, she's conservative with the money she spends, only buying the minimum clothes and accessories she absolutely needs for her own comfort, and to appear in style for special events. If she wants anything outside the conveniences of our personal lifestyle, she earns her own money to obtain it. She does this by her own choice, preferring to enjoy the feeling of not being dependent on me in order to have the things she desires in life. Page 44. Instead she chooses to enjoy the things in life which she wants and to enjoy the challenge of acquiring them by use of her own mind, efforts, and resources. This attitude has led her to start a small part-time business, which provides the additional capital needed to help various community growth-related initiatives and non-profit groups which hold meaning to her. She's a gracious, loving, friendly woman who is phenomenal with children, and embraced by friends. They consider her a free spirit and confidant who can lift anyone up when they're facing life's challenges. And our time together is all about having fun. We're extremely active, almost always getting away to enjoy fun activities together. In the spring and summer we enjoy wine tours, balloon rides, boating, festivals, great food, and romantic candlelit evenings. We like to take road trips and visit new places. In the winters we like to balance our time between skiing in remote areas, and finding reasons to escape to a tropical climate to thaw out. It's the big world, and in the winter, there's always somewhere nice and warm you can visit to try and. Page 45. Drum up business, attend an event, or just explore for a while. You'll just feel so free being able to go wherever you want, whenever you want, and not having to show up at an office, or a job if you don't want to. We love stimulating our senses and enjoying the creations of others. We travel to see new exhibits and installations at museums, we enjoy seeing off-Broadway shows, we attend film festivals, and we love kitschy out-of-town cultural happenings. We attend benefits to help causes which are important to us. Sometimes I make large donations in order to be recognized by an organization's personnel. Other times I make anonymous donations to small operations I believe in and hope to jumpstart. We've hung out in the VIP rooms of sought-after international nightclubs. Occasionally, we enjoy dancing and socializing in that kind of atmosphere, but more often, we both prefer to spend a late evening in a quiet place where we can enjoy the comfort of each other and laugh together, or just sit around and read. I consider her my dream girl, and when I tell her that it makes her blush. She knows exactly how much she means to me, and I know exactly how much I mean to her. Page 46. There's no deceit in our relationship. There is no manipulation. There is only pure love. Yes, I do find myself attracted to other women. It is a natural, almost animalistic urge for a man to want to become sexual with each beautiful woman he happens to meet. And there was a time in my life, in the past, when I'd submitted myself to those animalistic desires at every chance I might get, and very happily so. But now that I have the woman of my dreams, my soulmate, I have no desire to become sexually involved with any other woman. Not because there is a rule restricting me from doing so, not because society, or some religious dogma says I cannot, and not even because of a personal view that it would be morally wrong. I do not hold such a view. The reason is because she fulfills me and we have an objective understanding of each other's freedom. Although we have a union, and live and act as a couple, neither of us claims any ownership over the other. And within the spectrum of such an absolute observation, we both understand that neither of us own each other sexually. But although our code of ethics, of reason, and rationality allows us to seek out sexual. Page 47. Comfort in another person, neither of us would ever dream of it. We enjoyed the closeness of each other's companionship, sexuality, and friendship so much that the thought of ever being with someone else is a mere fleeting fantasy, never to actually manifest itself in real life. To us, this fact is the deepest dimension of what true romance really is. To be so close to someone, not even the animalistic forces of nature can separate you. That, I believe, is the future of marriage. Now, if you're beginning to roll your eyes, let me make one thing abundantly clear: I'm not telling you all these things to brag about my life, boost my self-esteem, or put forth a set of dogmatic standards one should follow in life. I'm explaining these things in great detail to set up the framework for you to explore this new world I'm talking about. This is really what my life is like, and it comes naturally to me. To others, to outsiders, it might sound like fiction, but there are millions and millions just like me who are living a life of vast fulfillment, despite what's going on with the economy, politics, healthcare, or whatever. You must understand how the day-to-day elements like personal health, romantic relationships, and creative productivity in one's life are essential parts of the Page 48. Lifestyle you'll enjoy in the New World Order, and the only thing stopping you from enjoying those essential elements today is you. I'm illustrating, with great detail, the examples of my personal routines, my perspectives on romantic relationships, and the methods I use to go about being productive in order to accentuate the importance of how these life elements contribute to who you might become, what you might create, and the vision you hold when you attempt to solve the problems you face. In the same stroke, I hope to convey that if done improperly, the problems you might encounter, because of your mistakes, may prohibit you from meeting your goals, or steal away your capacity for happiness. I want to see the conditions for a love and abundance mindset sweep the planet, and deliver everyone, I mean everyone, into a life of overwhelming happiness, just like my life, as I'm describing it to you. No, I'm not claiming that I'm an example of what others should strive to become. If you're drawing that sort of emotion-based conclusion, you're missing the entire point. Page 49. My vision is one where the lifestyle I live, one that today seems extravagant to so many, will be the common lifestyle enjoyed by all in the New World Order. Today, you live with all the amenities that, only 100 years ago, most citizens around the world would consider an extravagant luxury, running water for example. But today, I live with the amenities that, only one short decade from now, the majority of global citizens might consider to be the new status quo. If you want to, you can choose to live the life you'll be living tomorrow, right now. In fact, right now is the most opportune time in history to do so. The fundamental basis for living that future life today is to respect the three basic human needs for happiness: 1. Vibrant health. 2. Romantic fulfillment. 3. Creative productivity. Page 50. Rewarding romantic relationships arise from productive behavior and character development. The productive challenges you meet build character and deliver creative fulfillment, increasing your capacity to experience romantic love. Superb health is all-encompassing in this equation, enabling you to enjoy increasing pleasure from all the sources of happiness you actively pursue. All the money in existence, all the material possessions, can be curtailed, or can even go away completely, but the close family relationships you form in your life, when formed correctly, and the creative efforts you put forth in your life's work, are permanent sources of fulfillment, keeping the fire of happiness burning inside you, no matter what obstacles you encounter. And without your happiness, you have nothing. There's also something else critically important in securing your happiness, and that is security itself. Are you immune from the rapid devaluation of your country's currency? How about the total collapse of your country's currency? Are you able to flee your country in the event of a viral pandemic outbreak, where individuals are forced to take vaccinations or risk being quarantined? Page 51. How about a military chief? Do you have the resources to flee the country at a moment's notice? Are you aware 85% of Americans don't even have a passport? I hope you aren't one of them. Are you safe with additional sources of income to support your lifestyle and your family's basic needs if sudden job losses leave as much as half your local population jobless? In other words, are you existing at the mercy of your employer's competency, or your nation's economic stability? Are you aware a very large percentage of Americans are 1 or 2 paychecks away from losing everything they own and being thrown out in the street, to have no other choice than to turn to crime in order to survive? If a sudden catastrophe sent those people out in the streets, and civil unrest ensued, are you aware that martial law could be declared at a moment's notice? If this happened tomorrow, do you have everything prepared so you can catch the first private jet out of the country and have a safe place to lay low until the worst blows over? If you're in business, are you prepared with the correct legal knowledge and access to protection in the event you encounter aggressive government actions? Page 52. Are you insulated against abuse by tax collection agencies or other regulatory bureaucracies? Do you have access to the proper funding to stay afloat in the event of severe economic devastation? Are you connected with the right outlets so you'll be able to access the proper healthy organic foods, vitamins, and nutritional supplements to keep your immune system healthy in the event that agricultural regulations block certain products from entering the market, or worldwide logistics operations suddenly grind to a halt? Security comes in many different colors. I don't have to go into detail about the threat of currency collapse, martial law, economic breakdown, pandemic viruses, civil rights violations, and threats on the supply of food. If you've managed to get your hands on a copy of this publication, you already know about the very real threats you face. I'll also assume that you're not a moron just waiting for a catastrophe to happen. You're working to gain the security you need to be prepared to overcome any hardship you may face. Page 53. Call it a ticking time bomb, call it a fully lit powder keg, but you've undoubtedly seen the research and watched the documentaries detailing the many threats illustrating how dangerous it is to be living during these turbulent times. You don't need to be afraid of these threats, but you do need to be prepared. You don't need to be wealthy to secure your future, but you do need a network, a circle of friends, colleagues, and reliable sources that can provide access to dependable info, and all the resources essential for your survival during this time of rapid global change. Here's how I'm set up. Currently, my wealth is stored in a mix of real estate, land, cash flow producing businesses, precious metals, and various currencies. I have money in the markets, which is managed for me day to day, and the society, to which I pay membership dues, has a member benefits program where my reinvested contributions grow non-stop, tax-free. In my businesses, I specifically choose to work on projects designed to provide consistent income with minimum effort to maintain, which serve customers in multiple nations. Page 54. If there were ever a total economic collapse, such as what we witnessed in Iceland in 2008, in a country I do business in, I can rest assured that it won't adversely affect me. America's economy collapses and sales in the US grind to a halt. I would be affected, but I wouldn't be wiped out. Things would keep on churning in every other country around the world. The cash that I've amassed is stored in a variety of currencies and banks in several different countries. A currency collapse can happen almost instantaneously. Consider the financial fallouts of the past in Japan, Russia, and Argentina. With banking diversification, you're never going to lose everything and be hung out to dry when a fiat currency collapses. Until competing currencies backed by tangible assets take over the market, you're best protected by spreading the risk of your cash on hand far and wide. Some people would think that having bank accounts in multiple nations and holding their cash in multiple currencies is something only rich people would be able to do, but in reality anyone can do this, even with Page 55. Little cash to start with. I'd consider it step 1 to insulate yourself from economic fallout in your own country. Since the pipelines of income from my little business empire are established in many nations around the world, I'm able to experience a truly global perspective. And since I'm not limited by holding citizenship in America only, I can experience permanent, enhanced sovereignty. Not only is it important to have bank accounts in multiple countries and in multiple currencies, it's also important to have citizenship in more than one country. Especially if you're an American. As you're well aware, there is a wide array of rumorous threats on individual freedom in the United States, the UK, and other countries. Some of those rumors include being locked up in FEMA concentration camps for displays of dissent. Other rumors include being forced to take dangerous vaccinations. It's needless to explain that if you have a residence outside the US, and the US is not your place of permanent residence, and you have a passport issued by another country, how likely are your chances of getting out of the US? In a total domestic lockdown? You get the picture. Page 56. Until the political borders of the world are dissolved, playing the nation game is still necessary for anyone who wishes to maintain their lifestyle in the face of liberty-squandering government initiatives. If you wish to expedite your process of becoming a sovereign global citizen, with access to resources previously only available to the elite, apply to become an insider at. You've no doubt been exposed to the many rumors of America joining with Canada and Mexico to form a North America Union and the formation of a one-world government. I'll discuss this more in a later chapter, but to summarize my concerns at present regarding the political borders of the world. I hold allegiance to no country. While I was born an American and hold the land of America near and dear to my heart, I'm only concerned with the ultimate goal. The dismantling of the establishment. If a few invisible borders disappear in the process, I could care less, as long as the ultimate goal is achieved. Page 57. I am a sovereign citizen of planet Earth. Political borders mean restrictions on trade, meaning taxes and regulation, and that puts weight on my bottom line. Some dusty old imaginary line in the sand is being used by criminal parasites to drain my profits, and I won't stand for it. But while we wait for our new world order to materialize, I'll continue to stay in the trenches, building my businesses, and building my legacy. I play the nation game to maximize my wealth and insulate myself from the various governments of the world. I'm enabled to do this largely because of benefits and resources gathered as a member of the society. Over the past several years I've been able to make sweeping profits in the stock market as government-created bubbles inflate and deflate. Timing allows me to be profitable any way the market moves. Just like everyone else who's connected to our society, I'm able to know exactly when to push in and when to pull out. Playing the stock market without having the insider's edge is like playing with dynamite. While everyone who was stuck in a 401k retirement trap thought the sky was falling in the 2008 stock market crash, I was happy to fork over a monstrous commission to my hedge fund manager, who worked his ass off shorting the market too. Page 58. Reel in the biggest one-year profit in the fund's history. All the bubblehead financial commentators, who are literally about as useful at gauging the market as the psychic hotline, were panicking on cable TV during the turmoil, exclaiming no one could have seen this coming. You should have seen the grin across my jaw when the S&P finally grazed 666, and I flipped all my positions. Some people say only insiders have access to leverage. Some people say you have to have money to make money. Some people even say you have to know people to get ahead in the game. Fortunately, that's not all entirely true. Ultimately, when it comes to the money game, the power isn't in how much money you have, or how much you hoard. It's not always necessarily about how much you control. The true power, the power revered by the ultra-wealthy, is the power to create. The power to create social changes, the power to create cultural changes, the power of one's efforts having impact on a global scale. The power to deal blows to the establishment. That's real power, and the mind allows for such power to be harnessed independent of economic conditions, cultural barriers, or the tyranny of an oppressive ruling class. Page 59. The ability to create changes, which better humanity, is what genuine honest power is made of. And the ability to do it at the expense of no one, in the face of those who attempt to destroy you, is what earns an individual the company of those who've guided civilization since long before you were born. To add another layer of clarity to what I'm trying to illustrate here, consider that true power not only comes from how much you have or who you know, but from how much you create and who knows you. I've become known and respected by some public and private figures who are part of groups that literally hold godlike influence on world events. I've done that by simply figuring out how to produce value in their lives. And as you learn the rest of my story throughout this publication, I'm certain you'll develop the sense that you can do the same if you put your mind to it. Some of the people I've encountered I respect greatly for their honest efforts and impressive skills. Others, the parasites and looters who cripple the opportunities of future generations, I keep in my scope. Yet I gain advantages by extracting value from both sides, from those who create and those who destroy. Page 60. Anyone who knows how to give people what they want stands to be handsomely rewarded on their own terms. Once you understand how the highest level organizations in the world work, what you receive by proving to them you're worthy of their support is immeasurable. And the wealth you can redirect towards solving the problems that concern you the most makes it worth your time to game the system so it bends in your direction. Because I've been able to gain access to some of the most influential mastermind groups which hold epic influence on the direction civilization is headed, I've received inside information you simply would not believe. I'm not even sure how you'll react as I reveal some of these things throughout the remainder of this publication. Without obtaining the access needed to open the doors of opportunity that led me to acquire the knowledge I hold today, I would have ended up being just like any other outsider trying to get in on the action, but always failing. Had I not done this, you wouldn't be reading this book and I wouldn't be able to bring you into this world via my Insiders Challenge. Insiders can be winners, who spread the winnings far and wide. Insiders can quietly contribute to the winnings of others, with the sole intention of. Page 61. eventually knocking those other players out of the game, and collecting the final bot. All that matters is the final bot. All that matters is how fast you can knock out undeserving opponents. Life's game is full of skilled performers and rotten cheats, but the winners are always those who slide in and out, their tells undetectable, their winnings staggered and unrecognizable, their true power obscured by illusions occupying the minds of their opponents. This is just how the world works. Do you want to be a resistor in a losing battle, or do you want to be the anomaly that infiltrates the system and combats the fatal exception? Before you met me, you were likely clueless as to the immense value secret societies delivered to civilization throughout the years. The hidden modus operandi of the New World Order continues to operate silently, invisibly, right on schedule. Throughout the next few chapters you're going to witness the depth of this phenomenon and the vision that's being manifested during the next few decades. The entirely different worldview you're left with when you read through to the last page of the Illuminati document is much different than the one being sold to you by the conspiracy theorists and mystical hucksters who live in a world of delusion and fabrication. Page 62. For the purposes of helping you grasp what's going on behind the scenes, I'll describe with as little subtlety as possible the invisible new faction embedded within every last secret society and Illuminati front group operating today. There is no formal order. There is no member list. There is no official meeting place. There are no satanic rituals, sorry to disappoint you, but there is a secret unspoken language. An invisible code of honor that will never be put into words, never fully explained publicly, and thus its members never formally identified. Upon unlocking that elusive code held inside the new global Illuminati mastermind, one begins to witness the work of a million brilliant minds relentlessly dismantling the support structure that holds up the establishment. They're grinding away, day after day, night after night, like busy little bees. And while this new code infiltrates every corner of every secret society in existence, its invisible movement throughout the cultural zeitgeist, through finance, academia, business, politics, and social services, quietly brings us closer, step by careful step, to a new world order of liberty, prosperity, and peace. Page 63. The old guard benefits from the expedited progress that is being made by this new faction, and as I'll soon describe, the new protocols are proving to allow humanity to make incredible leaps ahead at impressive speeds that were previously unimaginable. The end goal is to establish a globally accessible governmental system based on the laws of nature and individual property rights during the first quarter of this century. It is of paramount importance, for if the system is not established, all may be lost. The New World Order I describe throughout this publication will not be brought about by force or deceit, but by actively raising the quality of life experienced by global citizens who will eagerly embrace our plans to deliver health, wealth, and safety to all. You're continuously being drawn toward this new world. It's being created by futurist, libertarian, free marketeers, the purveyors of super technologies, the zeitgeist accelerators. You set out to find the answers, and you found them. I don't know where you've come from, or what your background is, but I do know you were tested and challenged before reaching this point. Page 64. You've spent countless hours researching and learning. You wanted answers about the New World Order and all you got was hyped up nonsense from airheaded mystics, paranoid blowhards, and militant extremists. All the answers you've been given throughout your life by the media, school, religions, and philosophy just didn't add up. And when you turned to the conspiracy theorists, all you got was the same rubbish in a different flavor. You felt inspired by witnessing the leadership of Ron Paul and the other constitutionalists who will soon begin to infiltrate elected offices worldwide, to step up and sweep clean the abuses of power crippling our planet. You undoubtedly believe we need more such leadership to save humanity from the Leviathan statist system that would otherwise consume every last ounce of individuality and productive creativity left on this planet. As I'll explain in a later chapter, there is leadership stepping up to accomplish just that, and you're going to have a front row seat to watch it unravel. You won't be able to contain yourself once you learn about the massive resources that have been put aside, and the powerful individuals who have been quietly anticipating this approaching global shift for decades. Page 65. And when you begin to see those resources being put to work, well, just read on. If there's a voice inside your head telling you something big is about to happen, do not doubt that intuition. The ramifications of what is unfolding now, what we call the New World Order, is exactly what you have been waiting for. And now the doors are opening to whomever wants to be part of it. After what I share with you today, you're going to know whether or not it's your destiny to become part of this behind-the-scenes movement toward a better world. But your judgment in making that decision is going to be foolish as long as you're brainwashed by all the truth floating around out there. So let's set things straight once and for all. Page 66. What is the New World Order? It's not what you think it is. Meet True the Johnny Liberty. Every day Johnny listens to his favorite alternative media show, hosted by an online personality who preaches about the evils of the New World Order, the globalists, and the members of Congress who are eroding the individual liberties America was founded upon. While Johnny listens to his favorite show, and hears the day's horrific news about forced vaccinations, CIA black ops, and the latest reports about the poisons contaminating the country's air, food, and water, Johnny mutters to himself. He mutters to himself in an angry, distasteful told-you-so tone all the things he would say to the stupid sheeple out there who just won't wake up to what's going on. He prides himself with the convincing speech he concocts in his mind, mostly made up of fragmented propaganda and out-of-context facts Johnny picked up while listening to his favorite show. Page 67. But whenever Johnny talks to people in the real world about what he knows, they just ignore him. His communication skills are horrendous and his anger and unhappiness repel anyone he comes in contact with. He considers himself awakened, but in reality, he's trapped in his own private hell. He's frustrated, angry, depressed, and the only people he can turn to are the other awakened people on the internet. Unfortunately, they suffer in the same deluded state as Johnny. Our poor protagonist isn't really awakened. Little Johnny's life sucks. He's living in a smoldering hell of scarcity and unhappiness. His values are being drained by the negative thoughts which have become an integral part of his being. Nothing in his life is getting any better, yet day after day he chooses to remain trapped in that hell life, not knowing what he's missing out on. He's addicted to the drama. It feels so good. He spends his time searching the internet for the truth, but all he finds is sadness. Page 68. He loses valuable time he could be spending enjoying personal creativity, pursuing romantic love, or effectively helping others. Instead he wallows in his anger, as he awaits the end of the world to come and wipe us out. Johnny Liberty is #1 on my list. He's the target in my scope. The one whom my door is open the widest. Why? Because as soon as he crosses over into the New World Order Mastermind, when we take him away from the shadow puppet show, and drag him out of the cave into the light of day, he has the potential to become an instant hero who will valiantly charge back down into the depths to help free the others. He's been shown the dark side. Now he just needs a little direction and some coaching. I'm reaching out to Johnny and giving him a solid slap in the face, to smack him out of his trance-like state, so he sees his world of scarcity for what it is and chooses to turn away. I reach out with education, entertainment, and illumination. Page 69. There are endless conspiracy theories about what exactly the New World Order is, but when I explained it fully in my first publication, the New World Order Assimilation Dossier, those who were entrenched in the world of off-the-wall conspiracy theories got a violent shock. That's because all the videos on the internet, and all the countless books written throughout the years about the New World Order, as well as the growing number of reports from many independent journalists, are all inherently flawed. Even the liberal media is fooled into going along with the promotion of what is thought to be an establishment advancing New World Order. As I describe this phenomenon in depth, you'll understand more clearly the radical dynamic effect taking place today. How the illusion of an advancing establishment agenda is essentially a shrewd, camouflaged inroad to well-organized peaceful worldwide social anarchy. But I strongly recommend reading the foundational New World Order Assimilation dossier, found at http://jointhenworldorder.com. Before you go further, because it prepares you with the knowledge needed to put the puzzle pieces together. Page 70. Ever since the Order of the Illuminati was founded by Adam Weishaupt in 1776, disinformation and manipulations had been planned and executed to insulate, protect, and advance the agenda of its members. These manipulations were brilliantly accelerated by Albert Pike in the late 19th century, and continue to be supported by paranoid conspiracy theorists as we zoom into the 21st century. Disinformation about the Illuminati influence in secret societies was spread to create hysterical fear among religious followers, and generate a strong air of unbelievability among the rest of the populace. This was originally accomplished by the creation of staged eyewitness testimonies and documents that were purposefully leaked out of these societies to manufacture and project an archetype of primeval. Page 71. The occult symbolism of Freemasonry effectively perpetuated fear and mystery about the order among outsiders. This amplified the viral spread of hysterical myths suggesting ties to Satanism, alien beings, and a seemingly never-ending string of goofy assumptions put forth by imaginative crackpots. Outsiders were generally unaware of the motives and influence of members throughout the decades, or the protocols under which they operated, and those who were aware, who attempted to launch attacks, were labeled as paranoid and delusional. This is still the case today. Upon first look at today's Illuminati front groups, one might immediately assume they are the most evil organizations in the history of the world, filled with evil people who are out for power and control, without any compassion for their fellow man. Growing up in the modern age, among the company of lazy, mindless cultures, hypnotized by modern liberalism and superstition, it's easy for one to become apprehensive, or even frightened when learning of the global power structure which has evolved over the last few centuries. Furthermore, after a few hours watching conspiracy videos on the internet, one easily becomes derailed from the path of knowledge, investing themselves in that world. Page 72. Of conspiracy culture, where various distorted facts are accepted as truth, sometimes wholeheartedly in outright tinfoil hat paranoia. Either that, or they decide to completely write off what they learn as utter nonsense. Somewhere in between, are the skeptical searchers who understand something is going on, but just can't put their finger on exactly what it is, and they search harder, with increased focus, to uncover the deepest possible answers. This is likely where you were before you found me. Just like how the spiritual myths spread by hellfire and brimstone priests of the Middle Ages were used to attract and command the minds of sheepish Christian peasants, the conspiracy theorists' gargantuan Luciferian death cult myths will fade into obscurity, but only after bringing about the necessary social urgency and accelerated survival pressures necessary in yielding a new era of conscious introspection. Today, the successful march toward universal liberty and objective law is in full swing, which will wipe away the criminalities of the past decade just like the Renaissance wiped away the Inquisition. One objective within the assimilation campaign is to tell the story the way it should be told. As you hear that story, you'll find that, based on the available information accessible via the internet, neither. Page 73. The collective conspiracy culture nor the conspiracy denier possesses the big picture perspective of what the New World Order really is. Sadly, neither individual possesses the tools to correctly perceive reality. He or she is left in a mystical wasteland, lined with out-of-context facts, rumors, and fuzzy logic, making it difficult to gain advantages during the shift into the New World Order. But now, more than ever, the tools for you to accelerate your entry into the New World Order are being brought forth by myself and others. As an insider, you can scale the learning curve and effectively use those tools to your advantage, to acquire health, wealth, and sovereignty. Apply upon overcoming the fear and anxiety experienced by witnessing the evil New World Order horror show, and instead understanding what the ultimate goal of the Illuminati really is. The common individual is no longer left standing helplessly in the dark. The assimilation campaign is designed to draw in those individuals who are ready to gain entry into the Illuminati mastermind, which allows one to fully understand what the New World Order will actualize during the next few decades, and rise to the responsibility of fulfilling a crucial role in the construction of our future. Page 74. Materials we provide, our business-driven efforts, and the various related programs we deploy, are designed to segment and identify promising builders, who are most likely to utilize our tools and contribute to the eventual abandonment of the old authoritarian code. To clear up all the misconceptions and delusions you've undoubtedly stumbled upon since you began your search for the truth, I've tried to create the clearest layman's definition I can offer. Like I said as I began this chapter, it's not anything like what you have been told. You've been told the New World Order is the collective effort put forth by the global power elite, bound by genetics and esoteric secrets, to create a one-world government, under which the majority of civilization will be killed or enslaved, while this Luciferian cabal eventually harnesses robotic technology and artificial intelligence to carry out the work after human slave labor is no longer required. That mythical definition has been tediously handcrafted and influenced throughout the decades by cleverly embedded facts found in countless speeches, publications, and films. The web of deceit supporting almost every claim made by conspiracy theorists and the most well-versed resistors of the New World Order stretches far and wide. Page 75. The disenfranchised no-resistor is the fluttering insect trapped in an illusory web of deceit, gracefully woven to protect, preserve, and prolong the inevitable ultimate goal. In reality, the New World Order is the collective effort put forth by a global network of visionaries, bound by honor, to create conditions where every individual, throughout a free civilization, will have the opportunity to thrive, while the parasitic class of politicians, religious leaders, and establishment heads are left uncompetitive, enabling the most creative and productive geniuses in society to bring forth unbelievable new technologies and values that will ensure health, wealth, and safety of everyone, a vision further detailed in a later chapter. The good work done by these visionaries will eventually lead to a standardized global system of government, which will operate solely to protect the individual rights of all global citizens. Today's rapid ascent into this exciting new world started with plans set forth by the Bavarian Order of the Illuminati, who originally referred to themselves as perfectibilists. Perfectibilists viewed the ability to provide for others, to create, as a measurement of one's virtue. Page 76. Those who proved to be virtuous and trustworthy were brought in as members of the order to learn the secrets held within the various societies, and participate in the various initiatives. The mastermind one created within the order bore a vision and yielded initiatives aimed at bringing the values held by men of the mind to all of society. Such a vision ultimately required dismantling the influence of the church and the state, both of which are, still to this day, primeval and responsible for almost all human suffering and death throughout history. The order was the support infrastructure which aided members in their efforts to bring forth social progress by creating jobs and increasing commerce in order to help raise the quality of life experienced by the common man. New knowledge, new technology, and new strategies are constantly evolving to further bring about a higher standard of living for all of civilization, despite the destructive criminal actions of the state. One mastermind, as first described in Napoleon Hill's The Laws of Success in 16 Lessons. Page 77. The importance of Illuminati influence over the direction our civilization has been headed over the past few centuries is something an outsider might find difficult to understand, due to out-of-context views promulgated within conspiracy culture. And anyone whose worldview and perception of reality is trapped in the mucky depths of politics, religion, socialism, mysticism, egalitarianism, or subjectivism will experience increased difficulty comprehending the beauty of the New World Order vision. Consider that, today, many understand how the church and the state are lined with value-destroying criminal minds, parasites, who must resist social progress at all costs in order to maintain their position of power. The skillful, convincing projection of higher purpose, of public good, or divine sacrifice, is cleverly used to retain their zero effort, zero creativity positions of unearned power. They deliver zero net benefit to society, yet many individuals are fooled into thinking business and community leaders should be lumped in with these parasitic elites. Quite the contrary, creative, business-driven innovators and honest, benevolent civic leaders are the heroes of civilization, because their actions yield increasing progress for all of society. Page 78. Creators earn their power by honestly serving the public good through the dynamics of free market capitalism. Not by using force. Yet envious, angry, hateful, confused liberals and conspiracy theorists attack creators and the efforts they put forth to create jobs, advance technology, and improve the lives of everyone. The growing public awareness of the authoritarian hoax that politicians, religious leaders, and establishment stooges hide behind was born from the direct work of the perfectibilist tradition. And in that tradition, you now understand how honest business leaders had the charge in nullifying widespread criminalities carried out by those who hide behind the authoritarian hoax. Further enabled by the New World Order today, men and women of the mind have been quietly bringing about liberating social dynamics, through business, science, and art, which psychologically free the common man from the authoritarian parasite's matrix of deceit. Those who create values are not parasites. Creators of values are responsible for giving you the tools to help collapse all the establishment systems that suppress human potential. Page 79. Today you have more potential than ever before to seize those tools and harness your own individual power, to bring immense changes to the world. Honorable, devoted members of secret societies have been chipping away at the establishment for decades, working to achieve the masterful vision of a sovereign global civilization, free from crime, disease, poverty, and hunger. This is a momentous time in history, where a much anticipated tipping point is finally being reached, and you have a chance to grab the torch as it's being passed. The social zeitgeist has begun to rapidly change. And as this phenomenon continues, you will begin to see more and more people like me stepping out of the shadows, inviting you to join us in our mission. It is the highest moral value on our planet today, that churches and states of the world, which are responsible for all suppression of conscious life on earth, are peacefully dismantled and abandoned. We're stepping forward and laying all the cards down on the table because we know once you're infected with this amazing vision of the future, you'll actively become part of this new world filled with liberty, peace, and abundance. We're already enjoying it here and there's plenty of room for more. When you decide to stop hating those heroic men and women who work so hard to make your life better, you can then begin living the life you should be living. Page 80. If the mental cancer spread by liberals and conspiracy theorists has sunk you into a life of fear and scarcity, give yourself a firm slap across the jaw and snap out of it. While failures and mistakes have been made during the last 2 centuries, failures and mistakes lend to the essence of forging progress. Today stands the final moment when all of humanity, with the help of the new Illuminati movement, may jump out of the old code. That old code, consisting of a noble few methodically chipping away at an abusive authoritarian ruling class who causes war and economic hardship, will be steadily disregarded as we entered the new code. In the new code, global citizens will increasingly band together to build a movement toward universal natural law yielding eternal peace and prosperity, nullifying the power once held by the authoritarian ruling class. Could many of the casualties of the last 2 centuries have been avoided? Of course. Could progress have been made faster using different methods? Absolutely. But at the same time, without the efforts put forth by the silent powers that be, for instance, if the Cold War ended badly, or had not happened at all, you might not be here today. Just as well, global peace could have been established without conflict many decades ago. Page 81. Either way, if it weren't for the titans of industry, the men of the mind, who transformed America into the global powerhouse of innovation throughout the 20th century, and expanded the success of capitalism to reach almost every other country around the world, your life would be dramatically different than it is today, and undoubtedly much worse. Those men and women who provided the technological infrastructure for the industrial globalization of our planet, the means for you to self-educate, and the power to educate others outside the establishment, ask for no appreciation, no reward. They quietly wait for you to use the tools they've provided, so you might assent out the millennia-old mental bondage you've been thrust into since birth. Indeed, those captains of industry provided the means by which you may free yourself to access wealth, power, and happiness more easily than at any other time in history. They are smiling down on you, even if you have been duped into hating them, and resisting their plans to help you. Page 82. As you begin to see the puzzle picture in its awe-inspiring entirety, you'll have no choice but to smile back. There are an infinite number of conclusions one could draw by deconstructing all the conflicts of the past. One might conclude that the suffering and losses incurred during the last 2 centuries were avoidable and unnecessary. Others might conclude that suffering and loss was kept at a minimum, given the wide-scope potential for murderous, envious despots to rise in power and obliterate humanity through an all-out nuclear holocaust. It's arguable the initiatives of the past were inherently flawed, but just like any business plan, some of the programs become successful, some become miserable failures. You do the best you can, try to execute the plan properly, and improve your results based on what you learn. What do I personally have to say when confronted to answer for all the mistakes made throughout the decades? What's the final reconciliation? What comfort can I offer someone who is angered by the catastrophic turbulence we all face today? The past is the past. Live and let live. Page 83. While you cannot change the past, you can use it to find valuable insights allowing you to avoid the problems you'll face in the future. Our mindset is about evolution, problem-solving, perfecting, with the least resistance in the least amount of time, with as few unintended setbacks or negative outcomes as possible. In this bizarre world, sometimes the best you can possibly do still doesn't benefit everyone. But that's changing. As I'll explain in greater detail later, the rising faction, the new Illuminati movement if you will, is providing radical solutions to fix the inherent flaws which had been identified in the original Illuminati protocols, inherent flaws that signify the eventual failure of the original plans set forth by the Bavarian Illuminati nearly a quarter millennium ago. You'll naturally have the urge to kick and scream and resist the following ideas I wish to impart on you, so put on your objectivity hat. What I'm about to say is counterintuitive to the way you've been persuaded to think in the past, but it's a critical perspective that will enhance your worldview and put to bed some of the misinformation you've collected since you began your search. Page 84. The original Bavarian Illuminati, along with the many secret societies that rose around the turn of 18th century Europe, were not much unlike the Sons of Liberty and the secret societies that formed in the colonies of America around the time of the Revolutionary War. This is a much overlooked perspective that can provide one with a clearer understanding of the importance secret societies played throughout history, and where secret societies will lead civilization tomorrow. The Founding Fathers of America held in common many of the core philosophical beliefs held by members of the Bavarian Illuminati. Yet the methodology in which those beliefs might be brought about in society, to eventually be held by the common man, were much different. Those methodologies were different because the challenges facing the young American revolutionaries varied greatly from the challenges faced by the young Bavarian revolutionaries. Different challenges require different measures. Young America played to their home field advantage, to protect the legacy of builders who had made the New World such a majestic destination for abundant opportunities. Page 85. The element of authoritarianism imported by King George and others was a creeping cancer spreading throughout the colonies which needed to be rooted out at all costs to preserve that virgin land of unlimited possibilities. Young Bavaria existed in the shadows, cast into secrecy as a sole means of survival in a land of aged church and state-directed totalitarianism. And although eased by the Enlightenment, thought crimes were treason, and plotting moves to establish the same progress so heroically forged in America required a different approach. So the need for covert action was born. Ultimately, when interpreted in the widest possible context, the Founding Fathers of America, and Weishaupt's Illuminati were indelible soulmates, in that they both strongly believed in two absolutes: 1, that nature's laws be the guiding force to which man must adhere, not the laws of kings, or despots. 2, they both believed religions, created and manipulated by man, should play no role in the governing of man. These two fundamental beliefs, representing the widest, most honest conditions under which civilization may best operate, have been under attack ever since they were put into words in the Declaration of Independence of 1776, and page 86. Represented in governance when the Constitution of the United States was ratified in 1788. Achieving and upholding the two pillars of American values, the limited authority of governments and religions, would have been impossible without the influence of secret societies, both in America and abroad, throughout the years. While the mirror image common denominators held by both the Founding Fathers and the Bavarian Illuminati shine in the countless writings produced toward the end of the Enlightenment, stark differences also create a divergence between the ultimate means by which each movement strove to fulfill their goals. America was established as a republic with a unique government, essentially designed to run like a business. It was ultimately intended by the Founding Fathers that America be an apolitical republic. It was up to we the people to uphold the governing documents of the land if they wished to maintain that republic. While the same libertarian ideologies were held by the Bavarian Illuminati as an end, the means in which liberty might be achieved did not lead to an endgame of rooting out tyranny in order to establish and protect a geographically isolated nation-state in Europe. Page 87. The Bavarians sought to establish global liberty by the eradication of nation-states altogether, using deceit as a means to an end whenever necessary. And while deceit is immoral, it perhaps served as the only tactic to achieve progress under the tyrannical oppression of the establishment. Before I drill down further and explain the fundamental difference between the Founding Fathers and the Bavarians regarding their approach to achieving liberty, consider the deceptive contrast between these two worldly visions. The first vision, held by the Founding Fathers, showed a geographic republic, a nation-state, protecting itself against the tyranny of religion and despotism, both foreign and domestic. The second vision, held by the Bavarian Illuminati, showed the worldwide eradication of religious and despotic tyranny, by means of seizing power, through various methods as detailed in the Illuminati protocols, and erasing the borders of the world. Note that both visions have the same end goal for the citizens who would ultimately be affected. That end goal is liberty, justice, and peace for all. Which vision is more rational? Page 88. It's counterintuitive to think that the second vision is rational, especially if you grew up with American values. It's also seemingly deceptive, because when looking at the second vision, the Illuminati vision, you can see two very different outcomes. That second vision might yield the eventual end of America. Or it could be a vision in which America would become a global phenomenon, spreading its constitutional values across the globe to establish permanent peace and prosperity. Today we've reached a point where America must decide if she wishes to be permanently absorbed into the global community, or if she wishes to remain an independent nation-state in which we the people move forward to rise up and establish a lasting precedent for liberty that goes on to infect every nation around the globe. Shares a little secret, it doesn't matter. We will see the collapse of statism either way. Whether it is established by puppet leaders, or whether it is willfully chosen by the people, the eventual governmental order on planet Earth is a global order built upon natural law, explained in more detail in a later chapter. Preferably, this will be achieved by choice, and not by force. But the changes need to come quickly. Page 89. We face explosive exponential technological growth, which could easily put powerful bathtub-style biological weapons in the hands of small-time criminals, eager to annihilate entire cities, just for sport. We also face the threat of resource depletion due to exponential population growth during a complete global economic catastrophe. These threats are currently being thwarted, as I'll explain in the later chapter. And upon understanding where we're headed, you'll begin to see beauty in the shift sweeping through global Illuminati societies today. The fundamental difference I hinted at earlier regarding the philosophical and methodological differences between the Founding Fathers and the Bavarian Illuminati is directly responsible for the shift. To understand this shift, one must understand the purpose of the original Illuminati protocols, the extent of their implementation, and their inherent flaws. One must also understand their plasticity. The original protocols were formulated to best manifest an almost utopian vision of global peace and prosperity in the shortest amount of time, with the least amount of casualties. When simplified, the protocols were really just a business plan. It's been violently attacked as prime evil, but over the last 2 centuries that business plan has yielded immense prosperity and happiness for individuals all over the planet. Page 90. Third world nations have risen up to become self-sufficient participants in the global economy. Almost all the murderous totalitarian regimes once holding millions of citizens in bondage have been reformed or overthrown. The quality of life and the life expectancy of nearly all human beings on the planet has increased by astronomical proportions, and will continue increasing with greater and greater speed. With the exception of the Middle East and some underdeveloped areas of the world, the Church has been stripped of nearly all its power. Non-theism, either passive or overt, has overtaken popular culture. Religions are a complete joke in science and technology communities, and amongst most young people today. Mankind is becoming more and more mentally free from a past led by bogus authoritarian control of the Church, and will soon go on to become physically and financially free from the bogus authoritarianism of the state. I'm not defending the original protocols wholeheartedly, nor am I denying their immorality, or the collateral damage they caused. I'm simply expressing the rarely discussed net benefits they have brought forth, and framing a perception through which you can understand the ultimate necessity of their role in the history of our civilization. Page 91. You're invited to first objectively observe history as a series of events that shaped humanity's ability to survive, then consider the shift that's occurring, where the new faction has begun to take the reins from the old guard. Next, integrate the vision of the New World Order as it's presented to you throughout this publication, and I hope you will then be armed with an accurate illustration of the critical importance the New World Order plays in your own future. As you already know, the minds behind the global progress made in the last 2 centuries have remained in power by the execution of the original protocols. But the protocols hold an inherent flaw, which has begun to increasingly degrade the integrity of their overall usefulness. This flaw would have eventually led to complete failure. The solutions put forth to remedy this problem not only subvert disaster, but accelerate the ultimate goal of the original protocols with incredible speed. Without going into detail about the specific enhancements, I can say that they've arrived not a moment too soon. When you peel back all the layers of the mind, when you deconstruct all the systems it depends on, when you grind down every last argument from every philosophical premise ever put forth, there is one simple axiomatic fact that serves as a fulcrum, which all of humanity now rests upon. Page 92. That fact is, the ends never justify the means. Without regards to this axiom, humanity will continue heading toward its eventual extinction, no matter how hard the attempt is to depart the old world order. But by respecting this axiomatic fact, and effectively altering the path in which the old protocols might have led us, humanity can soar to unlimited heights. Luckily this can be done without any disruption, without any stakeholders losing value in their new world order investments. But it gets even better. It reduces the blowback and collateral damage endured by the common man under the old protocols. And furthermore, it wipes out the parasitic class forever. Page 93. That inherent flaw in the original protocols, the justification of the means to which ends are accomplished, is being fixed through the efforts of the new rising faction operating under the new code. Unlike religious dogma, the Illuminati operating system is a collection of agile, adaptable ideas that are subject to constant evolutionary scrutiny. For decades, those who identified and understood the eventual social, political, and financial failures to come about due to this flaw have been waiting and planning for this revolution, and the monumental global paradigm shift it will induce. The flaw was examined at great lengths by Ayn Rand in her philosophy of objectivism, which had a great impact on the direction of the Illuminati during the second half of the 20th century. Now we approach a tipping point we call the Great Transition, where the old Illuminati protocols will be abandoned, ushering in a technologically advanced new world order where a parasitic class cannot, and will never, rise again. We're getting closer and closer to that tipping point. It will begin perhaps as early as 2010 and be fully recognized perhaps as early as 2012. Page 94. Most of everything conceptualized in conspiracy culture is derived from the old protocols and the events of the past. By interpreting what is happening in the present through one's skewed understanding of the past, one derives an inaccurate basis on which to assess current events or make accurate future predictions. With distorted perceptions of reality and a lack of understanding about these new protocols, an outsider could draw the inaccurate conclusion that humanity is on an unavoidable crash course with extinction, but the opposite is in fact true. For instance, in 2007, no backwoods survivalist, armed to the teeth, living in Pf had any clue Ron Paul would take the U.S. by storm, and a movement toward constitutional values would arise. But it did. In 2008, no disgruntled voter, sick from the media's cover-up of Bush administration lies, would have ever thought conservative news would, almost overnight, begin embedding blatant libertarian, constitutional rhetoric in its programs and publications, steering sheepish Christian conservatives and independent voters toward total distrust of the establishment and their elected leaders. But it did. Page 95. As of the time of this publication, in late 2009, you have no idea the drama that's going to unfold before the November 2010 midterm elections, when the next wave of economic catastrophe hits harder than ever and voters continue to dump both the Republican and Democratic parties. But now you know why all these things are happening. The symphony will play on and on until the global revolution wipes out every last parasite on the planet, and most don't even understand how this will all be accomplished. It will be accomplished not with guns blazing and fists in the air, but through peace and intelligence and a little help from my friends. It may not seem that way. In fact, it might seem like the end of the world is coming. As long as you're living in what seems like a hellish fantasy world, you're going to continue experiencing the limited benefits such a world makes available to you. That's all you get in the old world of illusions. shrinking potential. But by seeing the full vision of the New World Order in its entirety, as it constantly evolves, one can strategically take forth measures to ensure crucial progress yielding future events occur. Page 96. From the chain reaction of those manufactured events, backed by a global support network, the future vision is further manifested. What that means is you create your own destiny. You manifest the future you want to live in, and you do this regardless of any external forces that might threaten to hinder your progress. What's coming has been in the works since the original Illuminati protocols were conceived, by men of honor and integrity, who knew the parasitic class would eventually engulf all of civilization, leaving no possibility for the human race to survive. The evolution of the protocols, the remedy of their inherent flaws, is subverting their inevitable demise, allowing them to now dismantle the establishment in record speed, with minimum collateral damage. While we increasingly shift toward the newly updated protocols, you have an increasing opportunity to play a role in the success of this future vision. In fact, depending on your character and motivation, you are potentially in demand. The new protocols are unfolding today, and this vision of our future, as described in the later chapter, is a new world which global citizens continue to enter at an exponential pace. Page 97. There is absolutely no stopping it, not even by outright censorship, which only amplifies the message. When you finish reading this document, you should walk away knowing how much of an impact this new world order is going to yield for everyone as we zoom into the future. The New World Order will see to it that governmental structures based on objective law are erected, and old faulty establishment-based systems, such as education, medicine, and energy quickly go through dramatic transformations, making way for increased economic prosperity, improved health, and a social environment of increased safety. That's the end game. It's already well in motion. Years from now, only after the vision has been fully manifested, will the whole story be told. You'll then look back at the past and reflect on how similar the story is to the one I'm telling you today. In the coming years, aside from the bonds you'll form with others who've been quietly initiated into our societies, you'll be walking amongst a public clueless as to who's pushing the buttons causing these revolutionary events to increasingly occur. Page 98. We're soon reaching a crescendo, where the old establishment's appetite for power will no longer be satisfied by feeding off the public. And the weary public is coming extremely close to that tipping point where they'll permanently withdraw their support. Will economic collapse cement the transition, and act as the breaking point where Americans will take the responsibility to restore their constitution? We'd like to wrap this up with the election of a Liberty candidate in 2012, but you never know. Americans just love to suffer under the hand of their parasitic elite. As of the date of this document's publication, it's still uncertain a 2012 goal will be reached, but you'll be elated as you witness the leaps made during the next 3 years, due to the efforts being put in place to ensure the zeitgeist continues to rapidly transform. It's okay that an evil new world order is being resisted by a growing number of activists. That's a good thing. The Illuminati myths act as a powerful force, generating a hatred for the corrupt ruling class in the minds of the populace. A struggling parasitic class will attempt to retain their positions of power by any means necessary, until they, page 99, are finally forced to give up. Many have already begun to change their positions and their beliefs, joining the revolution out of fear of being ostracized. The resistance of a mythical evil new world order, as it's described in conspiracy theory, is the quintessential movement helping sink the establishment's stronghold on civilization. Sit back and enjoy the show. You have more important things to do with your time and abilities than being paralyzed with fear about spooky things you hear from the media. Efforts have been put forth at the highest levels of power, to ensure the optimum conditions exist for the safest possible transition into this new world. But there are still many dangers we face, and in a later chapter one will explain, step by step, Exactly what you need to do to insulate yourself during the storm. You might already be suffering as an unintended consequence of the financial fallout. You might have lost your job, had to take less hours, or less pay. You might have less buying power today due to inflation. Economic conditions will continue to worsen. But the economic fallout doesn't have to affect you. It hasn't affected me because I was an insider looking out. If the global financial collapse affected you in any way, it's likely because you are an outsider, looking in. Page 100. The ultimate goal of our assimilation campaign is to get you inside. Global Illuminati societies are opening their doors as we speed toward the New World Order. You don't have to be a casualty of this final leap into the New World. You know a financial collapse is here, I don't have to convince you of that. If you're reading this book within a short period of its release, you have adequate time to prepare yourself if you get started right now. Following the instructions I offer in this publication will help you fast-track your progress if you decide to go at it alone. But if you do not want to go at it alone, and wish to seek the advantages you can obtain by helping create progress under the new code, there is an invitation waiting for you. I promised, in the beginning, I would offer you examples of the mindset we hold, and give you perspectives to help you put the puzzle pieces together, to understand the integral depth of our problem-solving approach. I've done that in these first 2 chapters. Page 101. I hope you could walk away right now knowing much more from what you've read in these first 2 chapters than you could have gathered spending countless hours searching conspiracy websites and watching anti-no videos. You've been given a taste of what my life is like and what everyone's life might be like in the New World Order. You've learned what our vision for the New World Order holds, our values, our hopes, and the revolutionary timeline. And you hopefully understand the shift from the old protocols to the new protocols, which has likely never been fully articulated to you. To give you a clear vision of what your potential might be in this coming age of rapid change, I now want to take you back in time, to illustrate what I had to go through to arrive at the level which I stand today. I had to travel great distances to get here, and if I can describe what my life used to be like in my darkest day, I think you'll agree with me. No matter what challenges you face, you've got a massive head start in comparison to where I was when they chose me. Page 102. Why did they choose me? I was so close to being dead, it's amazing I'm even alive today. As a confused, reckless youth, involved in hard narcotics, criminal acts, and risky sex, I lived to party. Having it all figured out by the invincible age of 17, as a fresh high school dropout, I entered my adulthood full of brazen independence. I was too cool for school. I had no desire to be part of their phony educational system, I didn't need them. I refused to be under the rule of any adult as well. Anyone who wished to have authority over me would have met their match. In the beginning, things weren't all that bad. I owned a decent car, held a job, which paid slightly above minimum wage, had a little savings in the bank, and some good friends I could depend on. Page 103. But even the qualities of such a meager existence started disappearing faster and faster, as I hit a downward spiral that rapidly sunk me into the depths of society's most depraved subculture, only to wake up years later in complete disillusion. Habitually partying every weekend, I started to abuse substances more and more, first party drugs, then harder stuff, until partying became an outright lifestyle. You name it, I eventually got into it, in violent excess. When you're partying at all hours of the night, every night, even on weeknights, it's hard to keep a job. Of course, the solution for such a problem is to find a dealer who'll front you large quantities of drugs. That way, you don't have to show up to a crappy job to make money, the money comes straight to you. It's not a complex science. You can usually make enough money to pay the rent, pay back the dealer. Page 104. and have free drugs for yourself. There's an endless growing market for illegal drugs in any given city, and making money selling them is a no-brainer. But of course, I was so pathetic I couldn't even get by as a drug dealer. My addiction, my lifestyle, and the delusions that I could go on living a life of unadulterated hedonism eventually made it difficult for me to pay the rent. Then it was eventually difficult to be aware of what day of the week it was. Then it became difficult to remember who owed me money and how much money I owed others. Needless to say, the lifestyle I'd chosen eventually consumed any remaining sense of rationality I might have possessed. My old friends and family tried to intervene, but they were quickly shut out of my life. The only friends I had left were headed in the exact same direction I was. Nowhere. Not only did I reject help from anyone who still cared about me, but I rapidly turned into what I could only consider now to be toxic human waste. Page 105. My spirit was consumed with dishonesty and irrationality, which ate away at me like a cancer, forcing me into one bad decision after another. I couldn't get enough. As I saw my car repossessed, all my electronics pawned, and my living conditions degrade into filth, I was evicted from my apartment and began squatting wherever I could. It never crossed my mind that there was anything wrong with the way my life was turning out. All I was interested in was getting high. Time was beginning to disappear. At one point I realized I'd been so heavily strung out on meth that the only thing I'd eaten in more than 7 days was a 69-cent cheeseburger from McDonald's. And it wasn't just the drugs I was addicted to, it was the struggle. I refused to take responsibility for my own problems. To me, if anything was going wrong at that time, it was the world's fault for not giving me a chance, for not making things easier on me. Page 106. I wasn't interested in getting a job, and even if I were to try, my seedy appearance wouldn't have permitted it, not even at a fast food restaurant. After a while, with no money, and nothing to offer anyone, there were no more couches to sleep on. I was as low could get. It only took getting robbed a couple of times, coming up short with my dealer's cash, and getting the shit kicked out of me, to jumpstart my reputation as a junkie loser. That reputation was quickly cemented as soon as word got around to my friends that I was stealing from them. I thought it was fair for me to steal from others because I felt I was given a shitty hand in life. I thought it was fair for me to screw other people over because the world was inherently evil, and I was just playing my part. I thought it was fair for me to use threats to get what I wanted because I needed to survive. I justified every criminal act as a necessity for me to get by. To me, the world was just a vicious circle of people feeding off of one another. Page 107. Whenever I could acquire money, I would feed it into shady drug deals only to make enough money to eat, get into parties, chip in for the occasional hotel room, and have free drugs for myself. There was no vision of a future, no strategy to move from one day to the next. I existed and reacted solely on the desire to get high, get easy money, and maintain a lifestyle of slackness. The only long-term plans that entered my mind were plans to make bigger drug deals. All I knew was the world of criminality. And even worse, I had delusions. My brain was fried with so much acid over the course of 2 years I plummeted into a drug-induced psychosis, where I began displaying behavior which could only be described as schizophrenic. I heard and acted upon the voices of what I thought were alien beings. They told me what to do and gave me direct messages during my deep psychedelic trances. Page 108. Instead of making my own decisions, I imagined hallucinated spirit beings which gave me external guidance as to what choices I should make. I used my own faculties, which I based on my limited understanding of numerology, astrology, and a slew of other pseudosciences, most of which I invented on my own, to make decisions about what I should do with my life. I was a mystic, a loser, convinced I knew what reality was, but totally oblivious to what was really real. I was convinced I had intuitive powers and I'd reached a new level of awareness by pushing the limits, enduring my outrageous psychedelic journeys. Acting on these mind-created delusions, I refused to take responsibility for my own life. An outsider would have observed me as just another pathetic waste. But I considered myself a prince among the gods, a chosen one, a channel through which the outer world realm used to communicate with the earthly realm. And because of that, everything in my life continued to deteriorate. Page 109. I had suddenly become this bizarre hallucinating street person, destined to become another urchin you would see out of the corner of your eye as you walk down the sidewalk, to wasted to even audibly beg for coins, eventually headed toward living in some dirty, pathetic alleyway. But I was saved. Not by God, Allah, Yahweh, Zenu, or some other supernatural myth. I was saved, by random chance, when I discovered the secrets to life, which immediately, and I mean immediately, transformed me from a lying, stealing, disheveled gutter rat, into a happy, competent, creative go-getter on the way to becoming massively successful. It all changed one afternoon when Jason, an old friend of mine I'd not seen in ages, showed up unexpectedly. Back in the day, Jason and I used to talk about making loads of money together. How we would pull off a massive drug deal that would give us the cushion to set ourselves up in Jamaica, so we could live like kings, only having to pull off a couple drug deals every now and then to keep up the lifestyle. Page 110. But a couple of years earlier, he just sort of disappeared, about the same time I started to really spiral out of control. I didn't know what happened to him, and none of the people I was associated with had heard anything from him since. All my friends from back then were long gone at this point, and I'd almost forgotten about the old days when we used to be tight. This was the moment when my life really changed. The turning point. I had worn out my welcome at the friend's house I'd been crashing at, and she wanted me gone by the end of the day. While I was working the phone, scheming to find a new place to squat until I got my shit together, there was a knock on the door. It was him. How did he find me? He was wearing a suit, had a new car parked outside, and he was rambling on about some business he was involved in, the details of which didn't make a bit of sense to me. Page 111. My brain was fried from the previous night's trip, and while I struggled to comprehend, I was mesmerized by his presence, as if what he was saying brought forth increased awareness, making me smarter, pulling my brain out of the muck. It had been so long since I'd been around anyone who talked about having any sort of ambition to do anything not involving drugs. I always considered him the sharpest person I knew. He was the first guy I met who was really well versed in business, and he also knew a lot about technology, which I was highly interested in before I got involved in the party scene. I probably would have laughed at anyone else telling me what he told me, but he was always the one guy I thought would actually do something with his life. Plus he had this aura of seriousness and power drawing me in. You could sense in his eyes he was full of purpose. He said he was giving me the keys to the kingdom, and if I didn't take advantage of what he offered, I would never see him again. Page 112. Then he pulled this giant manuscript with a glossy blood-red cover, about the size of a New York phone book, out of his bag and let it fall down on the coffee table with a thud. He said, "This is it." "What is it?" I asked playfully, looking at the odd manuscript, which had nothing besides a handwritten 6-digit number on the cover. He proceeded to tell me if I read it I would instantly start making money, getting hot women, dump all the losers I was still hanging out with, and forget about the pathetic little drug deals I was pulling off. My only words were rigged. I was intertwined amongst many talented con men and hustlers daily, so I was always ready for a bait and switch. I'd probably have to join some Scientology cult or some New Age self-help Amway, hang out with a bunch of their brainwashed disciples, and sit through gutty pump-me-up seminars. But he was dead serious. Page 113. He told me it wasn't self-help, religion, or anything like that. It came from inside a secret society. He wouldn't tell me anything else. What the name was. Where they met. How he got involved. Nothing. When I asked if it was the Freemasons, he chuckled with a grin and said no. It's way better than anything they have to offer. He said it was a secret and that's all he could say. If I wanted to know more about the secret society it came from, I'd have to read the entire manuscript cover to cover and put what I learned to use. My first reaction was to tell him to fuck off, but I was curious. I'd read about the Illuminati and I believed in a lot of things I'd learned, so I was intrigued. It was much later when I began to understand I was being informally initiated. There had to be something to what he was saying, because he was in the same position as me the last time I saw him, and now he was having all this success in life, telling me about the money he was making, the vacation he just took to the Bahamas, and the hot girl he was dating, though I was dubious about the girl since he didn't have any pictures of her. Page 114. He said he chose me and the two others to receive copies of the manuscript because we were the only people he picked out the old crew who had the potential to do something with our lives. It didn't matter what I'd been through over the past couple years. It didn't matter what a giant loser I was at that very moment. He was confident I'd use what I'd learned for the betterment of myself and others. The numbered manuscript was specifically issued to him to give away to me, and he stressed again that if I didn't read it, and put the knowledge I learned to use, I would never be contacted by him or any other member, ever. If they found out that I gave it away to anyone else, or allowed it to leave my possession at all, the same consequences would occur. I felt like there was a weird presence in the room while all of this was happening. Maybe it was my mental state at the time, but there was this warm bluish-green aura around him. Page 115. And even though all this was a little hard to believe, I had a gut feeling that was holding back my doubts. A voice inside was urging me to do what Jason suggested, telling me that for this rare chance occasion I was in the right place at the right time, and I needed to seize this opportunity to find the way out of this hell I was living in. Just looking at the odd glossy red cover of the manuscript was surreal. It seemed to carve a space in the coffee table, obfuscating everything around it, like how a black hole can suck an entire galaxy into a dark void. My head was fuzzy. To understand the impact of this moment, I have to take you back to the night before. I had a rare, unsettling experience where I'd consumed a little too much acid and ended up having an atypical, borderline nervous trip. I hadn't had a bad trip since high school, but that night was the closest I'd ever been since. I'd given some acid to a friend of mine to drive me to a bar where I was supposed to meet one of my customers. We both decided to dose up and then head out. When we got to the bar we decided to have a drink while we waited. Page 116. While I was sitting at the bar having my drink, the acid really started coming down on me like some sort of vicious gravity, pulling on my skin, pushing me down into the bar stool. It felt like elastic bands were all over my arms, legs, and face, pulling me down. I squirmed retardedly on the bar stool, struggling to sit up straight amidst my little bout with gravity. Then I got a slight glimpse of the bartender giving me the gnarly eyeball, which sent a small splash of paranoia washing through my bones. Then I felt my gut starting to knot up, like I was digesting a golf ball. I knew I just needed a change of scenery to clear my head and help me regain my composure. Things were just taking off a little faster than they were supposed to. Everything would be fine, it happens all the time. So I got up, headed out of the main room and made my way down the narrow corridor that led to the bathrooms. Page 117. Down the corridor, I walked past a piece of ceramic artwork on the wall that resembled a human face inside what appeared to be the sun. Something stopped me right as I passed the artwork. Then I had an eerie moment that really scared the shit out me. The very moment I looked up at the ceramic sun/face on the wall, the entire corridor, and the room outside, seemed to go silent with the shuddering effect of a motor shutting down. The background noise of the people drinking and laughing, the power system, everything suddenly droned out, inaudible. Although I was really beginning to take off, the silence that engulfed the space around me was instantly sobering, like I had just stepped into a super-cleansing parallel universe where I wasn't even myself anymore, and the world I stood in wasn't a part of any world I'd ever known. Page 118. Then, right as I made eye contact with the ceramic sun/face on the wall, a deep thunderous voice bellowed inside my head. But it got louder, to where it seemed like it was coming from all around me, reverberating off the corridor walls. The ground felt like it was shifting underneath my feet as my toes tingled with a sort of escalating vibration moving up my ankles to my tights, causing me to lock up and shorten my breath. And the intensity of the voice's reverberation increased, as if it were resonating from the deepest plane of existence, transmitting straight into the deepest essence of my being. As I turned towards the sun/face on the wall and looked straight into its eyes, it bellowed, in the deepest tone imaginable. Page 119. Page 120. Now, I considered myself someone who could typically hold his high whenever things started to get weird. No matter how out of control the party got, I was always the guy who could keep his cool. In fact, I was the guy, fully lit on psychedelics, who could hold a straight-faced conversation with a cop, no problem. I even considered myself a bit of an amateur shaman at one point. But the voice I heard as I walked past the sun/face literally shook the foundations of everything I believed to be real. It was the first time in my life when I truly felt I had crossed the line into a dark place. The power of that paralyzing moment was both frightening and enlightening, leaving my legs weak, nearly sending me to the floor. Stop? I didn't even have to question what it was that I needed to stop. It was as if I had been suddenly forced to face my true self, to face the reality of the hellish life I'd sunken into over the past couple years. I had to accept the responsibility to claw my way out, and this moment was a warning, an omen. I could only ignore it to my own peril. Page 121. I believe what I experienced is what addicts refer to as a moment of clarity. Before this, I didn't have a reason to care where I ended up in life. It was my philosophy to just go with the flow. But now I understood. I was on the wrong path in life and I had the power to steer myself in whatever direction I wanted. That voice, and the entire experience, resonated with me for the remainder of the night. It was like someone had flipped a switch inside me, and I had been illuminated with honesty, reason, rationality, and clarity. I felt completely renewed. When I woke up the following afternoon, it was still with me, reverberating, fueling this urgency inside me. I knew I had to sort my life out, so I started getting my plans in motion. Not more than an hour later, when my old friend randomly showed up with the manuscript, I couldn't say no. Something was telling me this was all happening for a reason. Something was telling me the dark experience I had. Page 122. The night before happened so I could prepare to flip over to a new chapter in my life, and Jason had dropped that manuscript down on the coffee table because I was finally ready to receive it. I had the overwhelming feeling that his random drop in that day was an event that could only occur in the new world I'd woken up to after the previous night's trip, which ended up being my last. Stating in front of him that I'd begin reading and applying what I learned immediately, and that I wouldn't let the manuscript leave my hands under any circumstances, I accepted the terms of his offer. And just as oddly as he showed up, unannounced, he left without saying goodbye or making plans to meet up again. As odd as that was, from that point forward, everything changed. Over the following weeks and months studying the manuscript, I learned to break free and start getting my life together with increasing speed. As I decided to take more and more responsibility for my own life, everything quickly started to go my way. Page 123. It all happened so quickly because I was so urgently focused on what I wanted. Whatever happened to me that night had seriously affected me. I immediately gave up drugs, cold turkey. It was easy because the happiness I felt getting back in touch with reality was exhilarating. In a completely different mindset, within a week I found a job, got some decent-looking clothes, a haircut and a shave, and a temporary place to live until I got back on my feet. Since all of my relationships were in shambles, I immediately began the process to make amends with my family and friends. Some quickly supported me, seeing my enthusiasm progress. Others took a while before restoring their trust. During the first month, when I wasn't working, I was studying the concepts and knowledge contained in that manuscript. It held over 1,000 pages of mind-blowing knowledge no one around me knew, things that contradicted everything that had been taught to me throughout my life. Page 124. I was drawn in, hypnotically, and I felt the changes begin to take place in my life immediately. I didn't fight it because it felt so natural, everything just clicked, making perfect sense. It was like coming out of a dense fog to suddenly see everything with crystal clarity. The concepts I learned were complex, but they were explained in a way that helped me quickly adapt and increase my level of comprehension as I pushed onward. At times, some of the information was over my head, so I'd go down to the library every night and study, looking up related subjects in the encyclopedia and whatever books they had on the topics. The dictionary was my new best friend. I was growing intellectually at lightning speed. I never cared too much for school, but always loved learning, as long as it was on my terms. I was a really bright student in elementary school. They said I had a genius-level IQ, but by about 5th grade, around the age of 11, I started to hate school, teachers, and rules. Page 125. My middle school years were plagued with detentions and suspensions. I'd give my teachers hell if they didn't let me coast by. So by the time I was in high school, I was getting into drugs and started missing class habitually. The administrators didn't even care. They probably considered the school better off without me. When I dug into this huge manuscript, I discovered information about science and biology, about how the brain worked, history, philosophy, business. I learned secrets about how all religions were built upon elaborate hoaxes, about how all political systems are being systematically dismantled, and about how easy it is to access massive quantities of money, quickly, from anywhere in the world. I was going through my own personal renaissance. It wasn't just information and facts that I picked up either. The way everything was written literally restructured my mind to put together concepts in ways I'd never before experienced. It was exciting. I was trained how to use my mind in the same way the great creators and influential leaders used their minds throughout the ages. It was profound beyond belief. Page 126. The most important thing I learned was that the voices I heard when I was on drugs, what I thought was God, or a higher spiritual power, or some sort of alien life form, were all just imagined in my unconscious mind. I learned that while there are forces of nature the mind can harness, there is no higher power. Religions and other mystical belief systems are all hinged on this idea of a higher authority, a supernatural being, or an external force which coordinates earthly events. Just like everyone else, I was a believer in non-reality, convinced that a higher realm existed. That some higher power was guiding me and everyone else through life. But after I learned the suppressed science behind my delusions, the same delusions afflicting the majority of our hallucinating civilization, those distorted thoughts, which I based my perceptions on, were replaced with scientific conceptualizations based on logic and reason. Page 127. I learned that what I experienced during my psychedelic journeys was not actually happening in my conscious mind, it was happening in my bicameral 1001st. Before, when I thought I was reaching a higher level of consciousness, I was actually experiencing a reduced capacity for conscious thought in an overly intensified bicameral state. Upon understanding the separation of the conscious mind and the bicameral mind, along with the historical implications it has on our species, I gained immediate cognitive advantages over almost everyone on the planet. Because almost everyone on the planet was suffering from the crippling mental limitations that come with believing in bicameral delusions, such as ghosts, gods, fairies, Satan, UFOs, light spirits, mystical legends, etc., all of which was simply mind-created rubbish. Page 128. It was easy to ditch God, drugs, and the whole bizarre upside-down world we live in because the more I let go, the better off I was, the happier I was, and the wealthier I got. It happened so fast I'm still shocked about how quickly I turned my life around. I stayed off drugs without a 12-step program. I instantly ceased all immoral and illegal behavior that hurt others or violated their individual rights. I mended broken relationships with family members I'd estranged. And I started making enough money to move into my own apartment. My health improved to where I was eating 3 meals a day, and getting a good night's rest every night. I went through an extensive full-body detox, and I even joined a gym and started lifting weights. In a matter of months I went from being a complete loser druggy criminal who didn't know where he would be sleeping night after night with nothing more than a backpack and a change of clothes, to becoming a productive, happy, self-sufficient person living a comfortable, honest life. Page 129. I even started dating a college-educated girl I met at a small business seminar. She thought I was the smartest guy she'd ever met because of the things I knew from reading the manuscript. I never told her about the manuscript though, it was my little secret. That hell life I'd been living was quickly fading to black in the rear-view mirror. After a while I was unrecognizable, a totally different person. I hustled to meet people who could help me get ahead. I got involved in my community and started going to meetings to build business contacts, first Toastmasters, then the Chamber of Commerce, the SPA, Small Business Alliance, and then I started going to all sorts of seminars. It was like I had this sudden burst of motivation and a relentless appetite for gaining the mindset, the tools, and the skills successful people used. If there was a business opportunity or a networking event, I was there. I was hungry to find people who could teach me how to make money and give me more info like what I learned in the manuscript, but to no avail. Page 130. I made a lot of contacts, and eventually met someone who saw my motivation and offered to mentor me. Taking on a mentor was the best thing I could have ever done. You've probably heard the phrase "no man is an island." It's true. You can't make progress as an isolated individual. You have to enter the company of others who are smarter and more experienced than you are. In order to grow, you have to know how to seek guidance and be able to receive it. Having a mentor who'll work with you one-on-one to help guide you in the right direction, to counsel you and advise you on strategies for accomplishing the things you set out to do, is like having money in the bank. Under the advice of my mentor I became a distributor in a network marketing business, followed the steps which were tried and tested by the organization's founders, and busted my ass to build my downline. This was a great advantage for me because I learned the art of salesmanship, while at the same time learning the technicalities of money-making systems. Page 131. Technology was slowly becoming more and more integrated in society, and I began to have breakthrough ideas about how the network marketing model of business could be applied in a world where everyone was connected to the internet, so everyone could have the access to the leverage of making lots of money easily while doing a very little work. I got a computer, an internet service, and started beginning to learn some programming skills. It was amazing to me how fast I caught on, when only a few months earlier I was so whacked out on drugs I could hardly fill out simple paperwork at the free clinic. Since the day I received the manuscript, it was like my IQ had jumped 20 points. I was constantly coming up with new business ideas. Things really started to take off when I began holding my own mini-seminars to recruit new members in the network marketing venture I was involved in. This gave me tiny windfall profits each week while I was building a long-term stream of passive income at the same time. Page 132. It's funny now to think back about how I used to despise money, and hate rich people. When I was stuck in that wasted lifestyle, to me, rich people were the reason everyone else was poor. They were greedy, immoral people, and I took pride in the idea of seeing rich people suffer. And I started to find out it's a lot more difficult to be a criminal than it is to be honest. It's a lot harder to waste your energy on hating people than it is to be happy and figure out ways to help others. As I met more and more rich people, I learned they were the most generous, intelligent people on the planet. They created jobs, helped important causes, and paid the most taxes. They experienced superb health, and enjoyed great entertainment. Because they earned it. I wanted to learn how to make lots of money so I too could have increased power to help others and experience an exciting lifestyle in return for the effort I put forward. All the residual income I was making and the tiny windfalls I was receiving eventually gave me enough money to put a down payment on a page 133 house, and furnish it, buy a brand new car, and buy the equipment I needed to get back into music, which was a childhood passion of mine. All in the first year. But stop right there, don't think for a second this is just another down-and-out success story, where some magic secret effortlessly brought me everything I wanted. Yes, I was able to do that, but I was faced with the constant struggle to avoid reverting back to the old me. I had to exercise discipline every step of the way. I had to constantly fight those demons. But as I did, more and more, it became easier and easier. Today, the progress I make is forged by using the same principles I learned back then. Some people call it using the secret, or the law of attraction, but that's only a small part of what I learned from the manuscript. By learning how to harness the one true power in the universe, the power which creates all wealth and happiness on this planet, I was able to transform my thoughts and align my actions to begin. Page 134. Attracting everything I ever wanted. The more success I had, the harder I wanted to work, and the more I wanted to learn. But while all this was happening, I still didn't understand why the manuscript was given to me. By that point, I didn't see the bigger purpose of what I was doing. I had taken what I learned, and applied it in my own life. The results I got were astounding. But something was missing. The first year had gone by since I'd last seen Jason, and I still had no way of getting in touch with him. After he gave me the manuscript, he disappeared. This bothered me because, as I got better and better, I wanted to thank him. The rest of my friends were still living in the gutter, unwilling to change, but I was able to break free. I wanted to show him I'd lived up to my word. He was kind of like a savior to me, showing up when he did, and giving me the manuscript. I wanted to show him my gratitude, and show him I did exactly what he told me to do. Ultimately, I was hungry for more. Page 135. I knew there was still a ton of hidden information out there I didn't have access to, but I didn't know how to get a hold of it. No one I was networking with had any idea. My internet searches didn't get me anywhere. The few people I trusted who I shared the manuscript with couldn't find out anything either. It had no credits or publication information, just a number on the cover. And all my attempts to contact Jason had failed. I forged onward. Fresh out of a destructive lifestyle that should have eventually left me for dead, I was beginning to make connections with people who had real power and real connections. One of the things I learned early on was to excel at what I was naturally drawn to find my essence. I found I was naturally drawn to the creative opportunities to build businesses on the internet. We were headed straight into the tech bubble and the money was flowing like champagne at an after party. Page 136. I wanted a piece of it. Since I was so wet behind the ears, I was especially eager to get as much of that easy investor money as possible. My mentor taught me due diligence. He taught me the numbers, how to create an executable business plan, how to focus on the fundamentals, the cash flow, and how to judge the long-term sustainability of a venture. To sum up the position he instilled in me would be to say, you don't want to get rich quick, you want to methodically build a legacy. Those words still echo inside, guiding me back to my path whenever I'm tempted to divert. Those words became especially profound after I decided to ignore his advice and go for the fast.com money instead, which proved to bring about my first big failure. There's a deal a minute out there waiting for anyone who's looking. There's also money out there waiting for anyone who has a promising deal. But for every one deal that's out there, 99 will rob you of your potential. Page 137. And out of every one potential partnership, there are 99 that will eventually go awry. Having poor judgment of potential deals and potential partners can serve up the most disheartening losses of time and energy imaginable. And I had to learn this the hard way. To make a long story short, I put almost everything I had into a software venture I worked on non-stop through most of 1997. I was hot-headed, too eager to get the first round of funding, and did a poor job negotiating the term sheet. Before the first year was up I was muscled out, and lost my rights to the intellectual property. Talk about disgruntled. I was the brains that got the operation up and running, but they cornered me as soon as they figured they didn't need me anymore and gave me a take-it-or-leave-it deal so I would exit quietly. Too much trust in the people I was teaming up with, along with the avalanche of other shortcomings, eventually left me with no outs. I was stuck with a second mortgage on my house, and tons of credit card debt coming down on my head like an anvil. My car was almost repossessed, and I had to trade it. Page 138. In for a beta. I hadn't been building my MLM business while I was launching the company, so my income had decreased significantly. I also hadn't been taking a salary, because my venture never got out of startup mode. So in early 1998 I was back to square one. Only I was worse off than ever because of all the time I lost. This left me so frustrated. So mad about everything that happened. I worked so hard to build an enterprise, and the more I fought against my own mistakes, the more my legacy slipped away. At the end of the day it was my own fault. I lost the company I conceived and started with my own sweat and savings because I didn't correctly negotiate the ownership structure. There was a small 72-hour disintegrating buyout offer for me to leave the board, and I had to take it if I wanted to recoup any of my initial investment before the IPO, which likely would have been at least 18 months away. With no other outs, I took the buyout money and used it to pay off most of my debt, but I was still hanging short, and dangerously close to losing my house. All the shares I had left were diluted over the following years and eventually became worthless when the company was liquidated. Page 139. It was a roller coaster ride and I was hurling over the rail. Time for a reboot. My first big venture went down the tubes in less than 12 months. I lost a ton of money. I felt cheated and taken advantage of. Like those vultures had seen this young enthusiastic kid and pecked out every last bit of me before they kicked me to the curb. I had to get away, so I packed a bag and headed out to the desert. We used to go out there and eat mushrooms under the stars and look for UFOs. This time I didn't want to eat mushrooms or look for UFOs, but I did feel like I was missing something and I needed to get back to nature, to get back on my path. So I drove out the old road and found a nice remote spot. There was no one for miles, my own private sanctuary. I built a fire and cozied up in my sleeping bag, enjoyed a couple of beers, and just zoned out. As I sat staring at the fire, I was going over and over everything that had happened to me during the past year. All I could think about were all the things that went wrong, and the more I thought about it, the heavier the weight of my debt. Page 140. Felt. The more I felt burned, jaded, and defeated. Then I got pissed off. I drove all the way out there to get away from my problems, but my problems were all I could think of. Bullshit. I was so frustrated. Then I just laid back, got comfy, looked out into the wide open space above me and said to myself, let it go. A shooting star flew across the sky. I smiled, and then something changed inside me. I closed my eyes and took a deep, deep breath, and for the next 10 seconds I forced myself to embrace everything good in the universe. It didn't work at first, but I kept forcing myself to relax and let go until my Illuminati powers took over. Then, in a flash, it was like everything that happened to me over the last 2 years suddenly played in fast forward from beginning to end. It all came clear. I had the solutions all along. Page 141. I had the power to instantly fix all my problems. I was just too blinded by my setbacks to remember that I had so much to gain and so little to lose. Lying there under the stars, I started filling up with this sort of rampant happiness. The feeling kept vibrating through me for the next 10 minutes. Stronger and stronger. Until everything just popped. That's when the idea came to me. It was as if in one single moment I saw the entire architecture for the next business I wanted to build. I mean, I saw everything from beginning to end, the formation, the services, the marketing plan, the revenues, the expansion. Barriers that stand in front of us are erected by our own will. Page 142. I was looking at the mistakes I had made trying to figure out what to do next, and it had led me to wallow in misery. But in a single moment, in 10 seconds, by just putting all of my negativity aside, I was able to leap out of the trap I had fallen into and get back on my path. Elated, I rolled up my sack, poured my jug of water on the fire, and hopped in the car to start heading back. There was no time to spare. I had an empire to build. That was the last time I ever found myself lost in the old world. Since I began the assimilation campaign, I've mentored many people who've never been at the low point that I described in this chapter, and chances are you've never been there either. You're being exposed, in detail, to my past, the lowest, most rotten point in my existence, so I can share important perspectives about the very serious absence of limitations in this world. Page 143. You want to know the esoteric secrets, the stories, the truth behind the rumors and the myths. I'm slowly pulling back the curtain to show you, but if you are not prepared, if you're still operating in the old mindset of scarcity, the gems I reveal will appear dull and worthless. I want you to really grasp what I'm building here. The concepts I discuss, in between the lines, are being set up to expand your ability to assimilate this new world order. To help you understand and embrace the vision we hold as we head into the new world order. So let's now look to the future at exactly what's going to unfold over the next few decades. Page 144. Where are we headed? It's not where you think we're headed. By mindlessly following conspiracy theorists' claims of the ultimate goal being carried out by the New World Order, and believing their paranoid tinfoil hat religion, one is led to frightful conclusions about how external forces may inflict various potential outcomes upon the lives of global citizens in the future. But by understanding the ultimate goal of the Illuminati, as fully explained in the New World Order assimilation dossier, and the shift taking place right now under the new protocols, as discussed in an earlier chapter, you can begin to see the bigger picture of what the future truly holds. Furthermore, by embracing a more accurate vision of the future, as presented in the New World Order countdown game, one can begin to assimilate the many puzzle pieces helping drive us forward into this exciting new world. One need not fear the future, but instead, embrace it. Page 145. This is the greatest time in history to be alive. Like never before, you have access to the resources that enable you to enjoy living conditions past generations could have only dreamed of. While still limited today, modern free market capitalism gives you the ability to engage in work that you can be passionate about, even during a severe economic downturn. And because of technology and globalization, an abundance of opportunities are constantly becoming more accessible to more people in more ways than ever. For virtually no cost at all, the internet gives you access to all human knowledge, so you can learn about anything you've ever wanted to know, and apply that knowledge in your own life to gain incredible power and happiness. As you receive the latest honest information about health and wellness, you can experience a vibrant, energetic life, extending your time here on Earth by years, decades, and eventually centuries. Page 146. And that's just the beginning. Sometime after 2012, all of civilization will begin making a rapid ascent into the New World Order of increasing wealth, health, and safety. The New World Order is leading us to a Type 1 civilization. So what is a Type 1 civilization, T1C? To paraphrase the words of celebrity physicist Dr. Michio Kaku, a T1C is a planet inhabited by conscious beings, just like us, who have established a global social order in which crime, poverty, hunger, disease and even death have all been totally eradicated. A T1C has managed to harness the power of its star, the sun, to fulfill all its necessary energy requirements. All of the ecological functions including earthquakes, volcanoes, and weather patterns are completely controlled by technology, which stabilizes the environment in ways that best benefit all life on the planet. The citizens work and play without duty or sacrifice to any other person, group, state, nation, or external authority. Page 147. Without government forces invading business or personal lives, all technology, along with individual purchasing power, continues to soar in every industry, at an exponential rate. Just like desktop printers reproduce physical copies of documents found on the web, desktop nano-assembly devices in everyone's homes produce any sort of physical matter that might be needed or desired for daily life. Abundant nanotechnology-based food, water, clothing, and essential supplies are accessible to everyone at little or no cost. This relieves global citizens of a need to work in order to live and shop. Instead, citizens are able to live in order to work and play. Artificial intelligence many times greater than the intelligence of biological human beings manages the use of natural resources to yield an abundant, growing source of energy that accommodates the rapidly growing demands for capacity needed to fulfill the requirements brought on by a non-stop explosion of new technological advancements. Page 148. Citizens spend their days engaged in creative business, scientific, or artistic projects which provide productive fulfillment. All the while enjoying close family relationships and friendships which provide social fulfillment. The global government, once set in place solely to protect the individual property rights of its citizens, became irrelevant, and was abandoned due to its lack of operational necessity. Domesticated cities on the ocean, in space, on the moon, and on Mars are being planned and built to easily accommodate the growing population. Nanotechnologies regulate the biological functions of conscious beings and allow their brains to be fully utilized, helping every individual effortlessly enjoy perfect health and superb intelligence. Eventually the need to eat, sleep, defecate, or engage in time-wasting grooming activities like brushing teeth, shaving, and bathing, are all technologically eradicated. Page 149. Money is no longer an object of scarcity, but an abundant technology that serves as a means of value exchange. A single global currency is eventually agreed upon through free market competition, where multiple currencies competed, but only the strongest, most competitive, most value-producing currency dominated. Due to the global adoption of Austrian economics, all prices plummeted toward zero. As a result, comfortable shelter, effective education, and cutting-edge health resources are available to all at little or no cost. Due to the increasing control over physical matter at a molecular level, honest matter-based currencies, such as those once tied to the gold standard, are abandoned because they are no longer relevant as an accurate medium of exchange. Eventually, economies are optimized and tied to the production and expense of energy. Could you imagine such a civilization existing right here on Earth within the next half-century? Page 150. Well, buckle in, because that's where we're headed as move forward into the 21st century. And looking ahead still, a Type 2 civilization, T2C, would encompass a galactic civilization that had developed the ability to make contact with other conscious civilizations in and around their own galaxy, and successfully accomplished initiatives to harness the power available outside their own solar system, perhaps by utilizing the galaxy's black hole center. And one could further speculate that a Type 3 civilization T3C would encompass a universal civilization that effectively tapped into a universal internet and developed the knowledge and technology necessary to harness control over all the energy in the universe, to perhaps create new universes, ensuring realms of conscious life continue to form anew, eternally. So where are we today? Page 151. Sadly, we're still a Type 0 civilization. Our primary source of fuel comes from dead plants. Poverty and hunger plague over 1 billion citizens. 85% of civilization suffers from hallucinations of imagined gods. Tribal fighting between nation-states, looting by global criminal cartels, and destructive actions taken by parasitic political leaders drive down the quality of life for everyone. Yet through objective eyes, one can observe the majesty of our civilization. The immense social, cultural, and technological progress we've made, the abundance of opportunities available all around us, demonstrate the seedlings of a Type 1 civilization right here on Earth today. Every day, more and more people are suddenly understanding and embracing their own personal power, their own individuality, and their self-responsibility to contribute to our exciting future ahead. The dismal vision of an apocalyptic future is not reality. End-of-the-world fears are only held by someone trapped in the illusion of a hell on earth. Page 152. The fact is, we'll reach our Type 1 civilization faster than you think. The parasitic elite are gulping for their last breath of air before they sink into the abyss. They're fighting to hold on to their unearned power, but they're being laughed out of existence by the new breed of invisible saboteurs, who quietly chip away at the shattered visage. That's not what it seems like though, does it? It seems like we are barreling toward the end of the world. It seems like civilization is crumbling. It seems like things are getting worse and they're not going to get any better. But in reality, as you're beginning to discover, we're standing right in the middle of an historic nexus, an open portal to the future where a dramatic shift is capturing. To described metaphorically, an open portal is used to help visualize the very real social, political, and financial nexus humanity has now reached. Changes occurring today are being brought about not by any god or external force, but by the efforts of global citizens taking advantage of the new protocols. Page 153. Humanity, soon sending it off in a completely different direction. Things are definitely not how they seem. This shift has nothing to do with prophecies from the Bible, Satan, Jesus, Allah, the Mayan calendar, sunspots, pole shifts, I Ching, Ouija boards, aliens, centaurs, celestial spirits, or any of the mystical delusions cooked up by world religions or New Age daydreamers. The changes you're now witnessing are occurring due to global citizens developing an enhanced conscious awareness, in which they can enjoy a heightened sense of love and creativity, and an increasingly integrated capacity for conscious introspection, aiding in the identification and rejection of false authorities who cleverly use dishonesty to gain and earn power. Without consciousness enhancing one's ability to conceptualize the knowledge needed to correctly identify dishonesty and false authority, one might live a life forever suffering under the parasitism of the ruling class. Page 154. But with consciousness, one can put forth effort to develop the conceptualization skills required to choose effective actions that negate the impacts of dishonest acts put forth by value-draining parasites. We're reaching a tipping point where enough human beings are beginning to experience conscious thought, uninhibited by mysticism and external authorities. An unstoppable array of honest values are being created to obliterate the establishment, like so many bullets from an automatic weapon, penetrating the illusions that once made up the facade of what people considered to be societal, political, and economic reality. The individual's discovery of the real world around them, and their newfound powers of conscious conceptualization, is fueling the rapid exchange of knowledge over the Internet, and the boom of dissent you've begun to see around the world in opposition to bogus authoritarian power structures. This is largely being led by the nearly undetectable psychological effects of libertarian and objectivist influence cleverly, almost invisibly, injected throughout establishment by revolutionary Illuminati saboteurs. Page 155. We've been rattling millions of people awake for years. And the tipping point will be reached soon after the release of this publication, perhaps as early as 2010. What do you need to do to help ensure this happens? Nothing. You can sit on the sidelines and wait for the good work to be done. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you want to get involved, or if you want to get closer to the insiders, you now have an ability to do so like never before. There is a global network emerging today, organized by members who belong to many of the most powerful secret societies on the planet. As a member in this network, you receive a front row seat to the big show. It's now open to the public. I invite you to take my Insider's Challenge to see if you qualify to be a member. Otherwise, buckle in and enjoy the ride. History's most truthless beast will not go down without a fight. Page 156. As we zoom into the future, with changes happening at increasing rates until the revolution is complete, you will experience intense turbulence. But a highly advanced technological civilization, operating under the laws of nature, where every human need is accommodated, is just a baby's breath away. Once the ruling class and its value-draining establishment are peeled off the backs of global citizens and their businesses, a technology and prosperity boom of unimagined proportions will sweep the globe, at full speed. To judge the coming prosperity boom by one's perception of the chaotic world we live in today, one might have trouble envisioning the ramifications of such a paradigm-shifting event. But by separating the destruction caused by the parasitic class from the values created by the productive class, you can begin to imagine what the productive class might be able to accomplish, unhindered by authoritarian rule. Page 157. While the conditions to endure the shift are being put in place today, two things still exist which hold our civilization back from reaching the ultimate goal of enjoying a Type 1 civilization on Earth within our lifetime. Those two elements that hinder our T1C ascent are the irrationalities of religions and the dishonesties of force-backed governments. Religion and government, the two pillars of authoritarianism, must be transformed in order for citizens to be truly free, both mentally and physically. If citizens do not rise up, one by one, to peacefully reject the parasitic ruling class. If citizens do not choose to say no, by hook or crook, more invasive measures will have to be taken to ensure their freedom. So how do you manifest a future civilization without force-backed governments or delusional religions draining power from global citizens? How can you do so without violent revolution? The answers are already unfolding today. As of the time of this writing, the number of people fleeing from religion, politics, or both is simply staggering. Page 158. This is being brought on by the abundance of cheap, easily accessible knowledge on the Internet, and the influence of the Illuminati marketing matrix described in the New World Order assimilation dossier. One of the roles you play in this peaceful revolution is of the carrier of infectious memes spread throughout the social networks you're connected to. These memes constantly chip away at the establishment and facilitate the Great Transition. You've been systematically infected with these memes, and you've felt the urge to spread them as you became more aware of the survival pressures you face. You are a permanent carrier of these infectious memes, and there is no way to cleanse yourself of them. Their honesty is now an integral part of you. You are permanently infected. There is no suppression, no censorship, no argument great enough to stop these honest memes from dismantling every last column supporting the parasitic establishment. The establishment has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Honesty will engulf the world. It's happening right now. Page 159. The parasites are flailing, trying every move they can make in order to retain the power they've usurped from the public, not seeing the sabotage they are about to face, a global citizenry consciously rising up to peacefully establish a new world order of universal liberty. The new world order, that Type 1 civilization we're headed for, might take decades for every last citizen to eventually reach, but the rewards from the life every individual will eventually be experiencing in that new world are available to you, today. You don't need to wait another minute to take advantage of the opportunities available. The only qualification required to experience how great life will be in that new world is to choose to experience how great that life is for yourself. Right now. And in fact, by doing so, by taking action now to live the life you were meant to live, unhindered by external authority, you are creating that new world order, and you are making it more accessible to those around you. Page 160. Due to your participation, you are effectively getting involved and accelerating the human evolutionary ascent. Mentally, as more and more individuals make the leap into this new world order paradigm, the ease in which the whole of civilization may enter will continue to grow. And with a growing abundance of new world order citizens, the establishment will eventually become uncompetitive and disappear, being laughed out of existence. I'm sure you remember John Lennon's epic song Imagine, where he invited you to imagine a world without religion or countries. Now is the time. Now is the time to stop imagining. Now is the time to start creating. Now is the time to make that leap forward. Citizen is dead. God is dead. Long live consciousness. Starting today, and continuing through 2012, you may begin to instantly attract all of the things you want in life, by first consciously choosing to live in the new world order of abundance, and taking forth actions to bring yourself into the Illuminati Mastermind, where you'll gain increased power to help raise consciousness amongst the global citizens who need your help the most. Page 161. There's no time for you to wait for some group or some leader to make the changes necessary so you can finally do the things you want to do or be the person you want to be. There is no external force governing your life. You create your own destiny, and with the help from those who are forging this new world order, you can now create the destiny in record time. If you feel held down by the pressures of life, by your job, your financial situation, your marriage, and you want to break free instantly, and ascend to the life you should be living, you're encouraged to do so. You might just save yourself from a future of unhappiness and disappointment. Alternatively, if you feel held down by nothing, like you have a limitless potential to manifest that future world you hold in your mind, where no limitations exist, Where a peaceful global society advances at the speed of light, you can now move into a position of immense importance by guiding the flock in the right direction. Page 162. Either way, we have the network of resources ready to serve you. We can train you. We can mentor you. We can be the support structure taking you where you need to be, traveling an infinite number of times faster than if you tried to do it all by yourself. Sound a bit cultish? Perhaps. But I assure you, I don't jump on couches or offer phony salvation. I only offer you the red pill of honesty. Since you were about the age of 7 or 8 years old, the psychic tentacles of clever hucksters, spiritual scam artists, political demagogues, and establishment authorities have penetrated your conscious mind with no other motive than to short-circuit your ability to rise up, experiencing true sovereignty, wealth, and happiness. They've attempted to drain from you all that is natural and good, as you have been led to believe you are a prisoner in their matrix of dishonesty, irrationality, sacrifice, and duty. Page 163. You're tasked with overcoming your own zombie state, which once restricted your movement inside the matrix, and then harnessing the tools to help others do the same. It's a simple idea with paradigm-shifting consequences. This viral, worldwide awakening was staged and executed so a new global society can come into view. Now that you see it, in all its beauty, you must come to terms with your fears and desires, and begin creating it for yourself, now. Like a space shuttle rising from the launch platform, all you need now is the acceleration necessary to break out of the atmosphere. If you can meet that challenge, you can soar through space to discover entire new worlds. The transition toward a global society based on liberty and objective law has already begun. It can begin kicking into gear as soon as the next presidential election cycle in the US. And send ripples across the globe, all nations around the planet eventually following suit soon thereafter. Will it take the greatest economic catastrophe in human history to push the world out of its trance, to motivate them to reject the ruling class forever? Page 164. How great will the survival pressures need to become before enough people learn they just have to say no? Let's help we can usher in the final turn away from the past with as few unintended consequences as possible. You don't have to suffer. In the coming years you can use the New World Order to gain critical advantages to protect yourself, your family, and others from the negative consequences of the turbulent times ahead. You'll be rewarded by helping others who want to see permanent changes made to improve the lives we all live today, and the lives of future generations. Let's compare notes about the first 2 years of the R3 evolution. Starting in 2007 and continuing through 2008, the Ron Paul presidential campaign set off the foundational elements for the mental paradigm shift you've been experiencing. That mass awakening was necessary to help voters begin leaving the Republican Party in droves. The financial collapse, in sync with page 165. The 2008 presidential elections knocked down one domino and now we're eagerly awaiting the next one to follow. As cult of personality Obama deserted his campaign promises during the first 6 months of his presidency, and moved on to continue carrying out failed Bush policies, his cult followers began increasingly withdrawing their support upon the realization they'd been duped by yet another slick politician. The independent voter bloc quickly grew to exceed either of the two major political parties in size. The majority of states began to reassert their sovereign rights under the 10th Amendment while creeping federal socialism was identified and explained to citizens via right-wing media. By design, the next wave of effects from the global economic collapse are expected to be felt in early to mid-2010, and as unemployment rises to a new high before the midterm elections in the US. The social climate will be ripe for unprecedented levels of distrust in the page 166. Establishment. Will a massive cleansing of incumbents begin in November of 2010? Will the first wave of constitutionalists infiltrate the House and Senate? While the economic fallout continues to worsen through 2011 and 2012, will the survival pressures have sufficiently affected the minds of enough voters, so the American left-right political paradigm can finally be laid to rest? As of summer 2009, upon editing this book, all I can say is that things are on schedule, but there are no guarantees. As predictable as the public is, they are fickle and easily manipulated. A tidal wave of bad fortune will build and build until every citizen faces the need to accept self-responsibility. Will the inevitable have to be delayed until 2016 or later? That question will be answered soon enough. An even better question would be, how bad do they want to suffer? More insight is being obtained to answer that question as we continue to bring people out of their slumber. I'm personally rooting for a Liberty candidate to rise in 2012 and restore the Constitution. Page 167. While I cannot describe specifically the means and methods nor the amount of funds waiting to be spent to wrap up this effort, just thou know the means to get the job done are ready and waiting for the signal. And rest assured that the Obama domino is set up to fall harder than anyone would imagine, only when the time is right. Since I've stepped forward to explain this to you, the only thing I ask in return is that you increase your involvement now. I'm giving you every reason to become an effective insider in this movement. http://elirook.com/insider. A virtual army of revolutionaries have been unplugged, shaken awake, and instructed to see to it that a peace-based movement is grown to rival the greatest conquests throughout history. They don't know what you know. They've been given an enemy to hate, the globalists, the Illuminati, the New World Order, Obama, etc. Those enemies are what drives them to defeat the real enemy, the individual who rejects self-responsibility. You now have the critical perspective that 99.9% of the Earth evolution does not. Page 168. This secret symphony has been playing in the background all along, you just haven't been able to hear its beautiful tones until now. But we do still face very grim threats from maniacal radicals who have been charged by their voodoo-speaking leaders and false gods to destroy the prosperity and happiness of innocent people all over the world. As I bring this subject into focus, I declare shame on those who downplay Islamic jihadist terrorist threats as manufactured fables. A random chemical, biological, or nuclear attack could occur at any time on U.S. soil. Terrorist cells could easily mastermind a synchronous multi-city attack strategy with suitcase-size homemade weapons, wiping out tens of millions of moral, happy, productive Americans from coast to coast, in a single afternoon. With countless families devastated, and the final collapse of the economy brought on by a nationwide attack of that magnitude, it truly would be the end of America, and the Western world would sink into a social disaster which could take decades or perhaps centuries to recover from, if at all. Page 169. Many of the security precautions implemented since 9/11 were crucial in protecting the pursuit of happiness for all citizens worldwide. And it's difficult to accept the fact that, without the loss of liberty that accompanied those many security enhancements, the revolution would have not come about as quickly as it did, but that's exactly how everything played out. It's important for one to step outside of their emotionalized bubble, and observe the big puzzle picture as a timeline of causality. Try not to condemn. Try not to condone. Just look at the puzzle pieces and understand how they fit together to form the picture. Without justifying the illegality regarding any potentially unconstitutional acts during the first decade of the 21st century, nor excusing the massive loss of life due to war, at the rate of exponential technological growth in computing speed and its relation to the harnessing of cheap nuclear, biological, digital viral, electromagnetic pulse, or other destructive weaponry, had the invasion of Iraq not come when it did, or had global security initiatives which followed 9/11 not been implemented when they were, The future survival of the entire human race would look extremely bleak right now. Page 170. The difference between you becoming a lifeless pile of rotting organic matter in the wake of total worldwide annihilation, or you living for thousands of years after the biotech and nanotech revolutions of the next 2 decades, is simply a mathematical equation. Run that equation however you want, and you'll keep coming up with the same answer. Without the global war on terror under the Bush administration, that equation would not be in your favor. I happen to know that, today, from a rational, statistical basis, free from human emotions of fear and anger, the equation is in your favor now. You don't have to like that, or agree with it, but you can't fuck with the math. There are plenty of knuckleheads from the torch and pitchfork clan, who have the reading comprehension level of a twat, itching to line up to take these facts out of context, and attack me as a neocon, warmonger, baby killer, blah blah blah. But you're looking for answers, and you deserve an honest explanation. I'm a pacifist, a patriot, and a philanthropist. But I wouldn't be able to be any of those things if the human race got wiped out by some maniacal killer, hell-bent on destroying the infidels. Page 171. While I'm just as sore as you are at the chaos that ensued throughout the first decade of this new millennia, I take a deep breath, and look forward knowing that each chaotic moment led us to where we stand today. And now that we're here, there are more opportunities for order to be established than ever before. I do not condone the attacks of 9/11. I do not condone the use of force as a means to an end. And I think it's fucking ridiculous that things happen to be the way they are. I agree with you more than anyone else that it's maddening to know we live such a mad world, but what was done, is done. Look toward the future, learn from the past. Evolve, adapt, and take an active role in ensuring the madness stops forever. What is done now changes the future more than what was done in the past. And because of that, you have more potential for power than anyone who's come before you. Seize that power now. Page 172. With security in check, yet still vulnerable in many ways, and the collapse continuing to unfold, the time to sweep away the cancerous dishonesties and irrationalities which have plagued our planet for 2,300 years, is now. Very special members of Illuminati societies are successfully positioning to make the final move toward global liberty. The future ahead is bright. While those who have chosen not to take responsibility for their own future continue to experience a decreased standard of living, job losses, financial troubles, and increased fears, they will turn to their religions for answers, and to their governments for handouts. More and more they will discover that their God cannot provide for them, nor can their government. Their dependence on external authorities will keep them trapped in a hell life of limited means and shrinking happiness. But those who choose self-responsibility, and put forth effort to break free from the old non-conscious mindset based on subservience to false gods and the ruling elite, will begin to instantly collect tomorrow's rewards today. Page 173. Here's a quick glimpse of what will happen when you decide to start living in your new world. Perhaps some of the advantages in the new world have already begun to affect you. You'll be able to effortlessly experience comfort and security, both emotionally and financially. You'll create the job of your dreams, working passionately on projects that are stimulating and rewarding. You'll work with people you enjoy being around and talking to, who are equally passionate about their work. You'll experience deep happiness and romance, enjoying every moment you spend with your soulmate spouse. The fire in your relationship will continue burning year after year. Fun family activities will easily consume your time and you'll never be restricted from spending time with your family because of your work. You will find ways to mend broken relationships with people you've had disagreements with in the past. You'll also attract new people into your life, who will become uplifting sources of value to you. Page 174. You'll develop superior intelligence and begin to seek new knowledge in all areas of life. Acquiring new knowledge will become downright addictive, as you'll naturally hunger to learn more and more. You'll transform into a fit, healthy person with good looks and a radiant glow. You'll easily avoid problems with food, drugs, and alcohol, because eating right and exercising will be exciting rituals that provide feel-good stability in your life. You'll play again, like you did when you were a child. Exciting, stimulating entertainment will be affordable and plentiful. You'll once again feel the awe and wonder that you felt when you were young, experiencing the intensity of life for the first time. You'll never be bored again because you'll be faced with endless choices of opportunities. Instead of dealing with boredom, you'll be trying to figure out how to get more time out of the day so you can do all the exciting things you want to do. You'll extend your short time here on Earth to last many, many times longer than that of your ancestors. You'll be able to enjoy the benefits of new life-extending technologies that dramatically slow your page 175. Aging process, so you enjoy your new life, your job, your loved ones, your friends, your passions, and your playtime for many, many more years than you would be able to in the old world. But most importantly, you'll become intensely focused on doing things that help others rise up from their own personal challenges to create lives of immense prosperity and happiness too. Do any of these things sound familiar? I gave you a glimpse of these elements in the first chapter of this book. I'm already enjoying our new world order, along with millions of others. The various programs inside the assimilation campaign, such as my Insider Challenge, are put forth to help you gain advantages now, while the turbulent times ahead provide the optimum conditions for humanity to make that leap forward. The campaign reaches out in creative ways to individuals who deserve to be insiders in this movement. Are you ready to have a peek inside? Page 176. How did I get in? When I woke from a light cat nap, I hopped off the couch and sat down at my desk, instantly gravitating toward the diagrams and bullet points I had scribbled down on a stack of papers earlier that morning. They told the story of a manic vision that forced me to drive home from the desert in the middle of the night, intent on getting straight to work. That very cunning plan I conjured up and mapped out earlier that morning when I got home was waiting for me, complete with to-do list, sorted, and ready to execute. With a wave of urgency and excitement filling me as I reviewed my notes, I went straight to work. Page 177. All day I was writing my business plan, making phone calls, working out the kinks, and putting people in motion to help me get my new venture up and running. I talked to everyone I could get through to, getting the facts, looking at my options, pre-selling them on the plan, and arranging follow-up meetings. I was back in my element. Struggling was no longer an option. No more spending my time feeling angry and frustrated about how I lost everything. Not a moment to waste wallowing in my defeat, stuck in my sticky, sour emotions. No way. Instead, my mind was completely focused on moving forward, fearlessly, guiltlessly, to conquer my own self-sabotage. The past, even the night before out there in the desert, suddenly seemed distant, like an old world I had departed from, too far in the rear view to even recall. Over the next few months I built my operation from the ground up, refusing to take on any partners. I scrounged up enough money to pay my bills and keep the creditors at bay, and did so only knowing that I'd be able to pay all the loans back quickly. Page 178. Revenue started flowing in. The model I developed was profitable, slowly at first because it consumed a lot of resources to get going, but then it suddenly broke out of the gate. The first profitable quarter got me out of personal debt, squared away enough cash to cover my living expenses, and left me with a full tank of fuel to keep growing. But it wasn't time to pop the champagne top just yet. it still wasn't integrated enough for me to be able to take myself out of the day-to-day operations, which was the original goal I set forth on the night of conception. So I brought in a few key people and paid them healthy commissions to help me replicate the process I had developed. Replication is essential to building wealth. Perform one action that yields a net profit. Perfect that one action to maximize the profit it yields. Train someone else to perform the action until that person demonstrates perfection. Then have that person train other people. You can imagine how replication can quickly multiply results. Page 179. As long as we found profits, we kept expanding, and within 8 months the operation was working like gangbusters. What we were doing was simple: buy more and more advertising as long as it produced a profit. Perfect the service, find new offerings to bring to the existing customer base, reinvest the profits to keep expanding. I learned this all in the manuscript, but I failed to properly apply it in my first business, because I was sucked into the corporatized illusion of the venture capital game. After a while we were everywhere. We were just doing what everyone else was doing. But we did it bigger, faster, harder, and louder. Nimble, agile, no venture capital. Just pure profit and good judgment driving the business forward. We were shrewd and cost-conscious down to the last penny. In the first year we nearly built a 7-figure business, but you wouldn't know it looking around our shabby basement office full of folding chairs and computer desks made of cinder blocks, plywood, and bed sheets. Needless to say, I was back. Page 180. My personal net worth soared higher than ever before. Because of the way I set the venture up, the freedom I received allowed me to peruse my time in whatever way I felt best suited the vision of my legacy. See, there was still a big problem. The little venture I built, as big as it was to me, was nothing compared to the 9- and 10-figure titans who had the power to directly uplift thousands of lives in a single day. I wasn't a millionaire yet, but I had the mindset and the aspirations to grow beyond what I had accomplished that year, to grow personally in order to help more people. The money didn't mean as much to me this time around either. The ability to take vacations and afford expensive stuff gets boring pretty fast. I never felt that macho type of competition for stuff that other entrepreneurs went after. Having your own yacht is nice, and there's nothing wrong with that, but you're still living in a country that's taxing away your precious startup capital. The yacht wasn't in my scope, nor the fancy cars or exotic getaways. I wanted to know how to get out of the page 181 system, or at least go around it. Ultimately, I'd achieved financial freedom. But I was still an outsider. I wasn't connected to the vast network of insiders I absolutely knew existed. I was still just her in the system, and I wanted to break free from the constraints I faced. Being surrounded by sharp people wasn't enough. I needed to be surrounded by connected people. There was a limit to what I was able to do with the resources I had, and I knew there was something big going on that would soon change the entire financial order of the world. I wanted global sovereignty and unstoppable wealth, so my goals began to expand. By that time, I had taken everything I learned in the manuscript, put it to use so I could pull myself out of that destructive life I was stuck in. I actually used my creativity to start something valuable, and then I lost everything. When I gained it all back, and more, I knew that the secrets I learned really did work. It was all true, I was living proof. But now I was at a place where I was stuck. Page 182. Not having any idea how to get where I was headed. I had my money problems taken care of, and I knew I wanted to climb the ranks into more powerful circles, but I didn't know exactly how to go about doing that. Despite everything I'd been through, and all the money I now had access to, the one thing I was still puzzled by was Jason. Somehow I felt like he was the missing link. I hired a private investigator who came up with absolutely nothing but an old phone number that had already been passed on to a different customer. Then I put a different private investigator on the case to locate him. I only found disappointment. It was like the earth just opened up and swallowed him whole, leaving only the fading memory of his existence. This bothered me, but I'd exhausted all my options. With or without him, progress needed to be made. So I pushed it to the back of my mind, let it go, and forged onward. Page 183. By 1999, the business was running smoothly, and growing, under the efforts of the CEO I put in place. I was at a point where I could spend about 4 hours a week keeping tabs on every facet of the operations, so I decided to hit the road and see what I could get into outside of Vegas. There was a network of others out there who had read the manuscript, and I was determined to find them and see how deep the rabbit hole went. Networking was suddenly my primary occupation. I started attending entrepreneurial events again, but this time I could afford to go to the high-ticket events frequented by more experienced entrepreneurs and financiers. The tech bubble, which was about to burst a year later, was at its height. And the networking events I was attending were maddening. Lots of lunches. Lots of cocktail parties. Lots of conversations with slick MBAs who didn't have the slightest idea of what they were getting themselves into. Excess was an understatement. Page 184. The party was out of control. Whenever I visited Silicon Valley, it was like a fantasy world that no one thought would ever come crashing down. When I found my way out to the Hamptons, at some financier's new mansion, or aboard someone's brand new $19 million yacht, it was also new to me. I began to think it was just reality, that people my age just lived like that. That it was the new status quo. It was the future manifested in the present. The internet was going to revolutionize the world. We'd never have to look back to the days of economic slowdowns. Get your piece of pie. Have an idea? All you need is an idea, a convincing business plan, and slick-looking pitchmen. It was all very seductive. Even I bought into the illusion a little. But at the same time, in my gut, I was fighting a constant bout of confusion. The manuscript contradicted everything that was happening around us in that time period. In fact, based on the projections it showed in the appendix, America would soon be entering another Great Depression. But all you heard from the wizards on Wall. Page 185. Street and the financial media were endless statistics pointing to Dow 32,000. Regardless of what I knew and how hard my beliefs were being tested in all the dot-com mania, I also knew there were opportunities, and I wanted in. Heck, if it all came crashing down like the doomsayers predicted, as long as I wasn't too far extended, had an emergency fund put away, and was able to keep putting my employees to work, I had nothing to fear. My market was expanding, the internet was taking off, and I was doing everything right this time. I made some valuable connections that would go on to double my business during the following year. Eventually, after spending a month between New York and San Francisco and taking a side trip to Belize to spend time unwinding with a lady friend, who was a contortionist I met at an Cirque du Soleil after party, I came back to the home office. Page 186. Sorting through a giant pile of mail that had been accumulating for weeks, I came across a private invitation to a wealth-building seminar right here in Vegas. It cost $6,995 to attend, and even though I could afford it, I hadn't heard of the company producing it, so I almost threw it away. But the wording in the invitation was shockingly familiar. Although vague, it used much of the same verbiage used in the manuscript, and when I noticed this I perked up immediately. What the hell is this? Was this what I've been looking for? Am I suffering from jet lag? My head felt like it was swelling. I felt like a child who just found out they were going on a surprise trip to Disney World. I was giddy like a little schoolgirl. I questioned the price for about 2 seconds, but I just knew I had to be there. This had to be connected to the manuscript. It was a gut feeling I was willing to burn $7K on, just to find out. Page 187. Worst case, I'd end up learning something or meeting someone I could benefit from in the process, so I had my assistant reserve my spot and cancel my travel plans. 3 weeks later I was there, and that was the precise moment my understanding of the world around me really began to change. The morning session was filled with a couple pitches for an options trading system, which I was interested in, but new to, and an economic roundtable group which sounded more like a rich guy's drinking club. There were several vendors offering all kinds of high-level executive services, international gold club type stuff, lots of grey hair. During the lunch break, across the room, on the edge of a sea of about 300 people, I was shocked when I noticed him. There he was. It was Jason. As I walked up to him, not surprised to see me at all, he said, "Oh good, you made it." Page 188. I started blathering on about everything that happened to me since we were last together. He just quietly listened, letting a random chuckle and grin escape his attentive look. He was reviewing my progress, judging my potential, and celebrating my accomplishments all at the same time. I met the crew he came to the seminar with, and afterward he invited me to come along with them out to dinner. These guys were brilliant, all business. Mostly in their mid to late 30s, they were stacking and categorizing deals they had come across since they got to the seminar, sharing contacts, figuring out who could offer resources to who in exchange for what. This was my place. I got right in there and started masterminding with these guys. I'd never felt so strongly like I was in the right place at the right time. Lots of people I'd met over the prior year definitely knew how to generate lots of money, but they were arrogant about it, and they used their money. Page 189. Recklessly, to excesses that were unnecessarily wasteful. I felt like I was finally around some people who I could identify with, and I felt like the feeling was mutual. Back then, the internet was still very much like an untouched gold mine. There were well-funded prospectors who were certain they, and their Wall Street friends, would make millions without lifting a finger. Then, there were the savvy entrepreneurs who were willing to get down and dirty in the nitty-gritty details and seize control of as much internet real estate as possible, to create an impenetrable legacy. I was glad to finally be sitting at the right table. Today, people take it for granted, but the table I was sitting at that night, and the many others like it all over the world, was where the ideas were laid for what eventually became all of the Web 2.0 technologies you enjoy today. Page 190. Those same tables still exist today, and they're occupied by geniuses planning out how they're going to deliver all the riches you'll be enjoying over the next few decades. Little did I know when agreeing to attend the dinner, they would be putting me to the test. They were drilling me for ideas, asking my opinions, gauging my level of knowledge in my area of expertise, while quietly observing my social poise and communications skills. This was fine. People were always sizing me up wherever I went. I was the eternal outsider. No fancy degree, no family money. Just an anomaly. I was used to it. When I got introduced to a new clique, people were always skeptical because of my lack of establishment credentials. It comes with the territory. But these guys weren't just digging into me to see where I was from. They could have cared less about my past. They were only interested in how they could use my ideas to create profits in their businesses, a genuine interest that was reciprocated. Page 191. After dinner, I got a few seconds alone with Jason on the way out and asked him about the manuscript and the secret society in a sort of WTF? Is there something bigger connected to all of this? I want more. In a type of child eagerly begging for ice cream sort of way. He grinned. We ended up talking for about an hour, and I still didn't get all the answers I was looking for. He knew about the business I'd built and he referred me to be invited to the seminar. He knew about the failed startup I went through. I found out the organization kept a list of manuscript recipients. Thousands of manuscripts were given to individuals by various society members who took limited distribution roles. Having not gone through what I had gone through, I probably should have thought what he was describing as being complete fantasy, like something out of a Dan Brown novel, but I knew the power of what I was given firsthand, so it didn't really surprise me. Page 192. In fact, without having gone through the total life transformation that occurred after obtaining that manuscript, I probably would have been pissed off that I was being tagged and tracked like some sort of field experiment on an endangered species in the wild. But finally grasping a new understanding of what I'd been through gave me a warm fuzzy feeling, a sort of relief, like a guardian angel had been watching over me, leaving me to meet my own challenges and overcome my own limitations, to grow on my own. I was lucky I got one of the manuscripts. Because he was lucky to get one too, he was even luckier to be qualified as a limited distributor while he was still at such a low level. A limited number of copies were distributed worldwide, in multiple languages, and he just happened to be working on a different project with one of the people who was involved with the worldwide distribution, coincidentally one of the persons involved with the production of the seminar I'd been invited to. Page 193. But I wanted to know why he just disappeared like he did. Nearly 3 years had passed. The gift he gave me transformed my entire life. And he was nowhere to be found. When I asked for an explanation, all I got was, "Well, we're here now, aren't we?" When I explained to him about how hard I tried to find him, how I hired 2 different private investigators that came back with nothing, he replied, "Good, I don't like to be found." "Oh yeah? Well then you're just an asshole," I shouted. We both laughed. I had to put myself in check a little bit because he was so calm about everything, so nonchalant. Now that I think back to that conversation, I was better off being left on my own, armed only with what I'd learned. Otherwise, things might not have turned out the way they did. I had to put the puzzle pieces together on my own in order to grow. I followed the instructions I was given. I entered networks of people who could help me. I found a mentor. I began using the power of the Mastermind group. I acted under my own self-guidance, making intelligent choices based on what I learned. Page 194. I did all of those things without him and I was better off and more powerful because I had to find my own way. But since we'd reunited, I did have an agenda and I did want to get to bottom of things. I wanted to know about the secret society. I wanted in. All he could tell me that night was that throughout the 90s they'd been perfecting the literature to be more powerful than ever, that there was more. Much more, and that a plan was in the works to eventually distribute it to the entire world. Illuminating so many people at one time that it would cause a radical shift in consciousness, having immense uplifting ramifications on all of civilization. Furthermore, the secret society had a network of individuals who were connected all throughout the world in almost every industry at very high levels. They consisted of wealthy business people, scientists, inventors, famous performers, authors, media personalities, celebrities, some political figures, and even some members of royal families. Page 195. Through the network, hundreds of millions of dollars could be raised at a moment's notice and they could instantly communicate with tens of millions of people through various media outlets. The raw power held by those at the top was simply unbelievable, yet their identities were completely unknown. The other gentlemen we had dinner with that night gave their approval that I could be brought in as an apprentice. I was invited to a private mastermind group at one of the gentlemen's homes in Costa Rica the following month. Jason told me I was invited to ride down there with him in a private jet. And that's all he would tell me that night. Relieved and let down at the same time, I'd have to wait and let things naturally take their course. But things were happening for me. A new door opened, almost magically, and it was exactly what I was looking for. Had I not bit the bullet and went to that expensive networking event, I don't know what would have ended up happening. I still didn't understand the big picture where all of this was going. But a month later, when our jet touched down on the private airstrip in Costa Rica, everything changed. Page 196. Now I'll have to stop you right there. Since we've come so far, and I've revealed so much to you, you're probably going to feel a little ill towards me when I say what I'm about to say next. You were given a lucid image of what my life is like today. By now you understand the values I hold regarding romance, family, health, wealth, freedom, security, relationships, communication, effort, honesty, knowledge, adventure. You've also been exposed to the intimate details of my life. You've read about my lowest point and the downward spiral that took me there. You've read about my ascent from that wasted life. You've learned the trials and tribulations I faced, the personal character traits I had to develop, and where my journey eventually took me. I've attempted to unload the essence of my entire being in the concepts and accounts that line the pages of this Illuminati publication. But what happened to me between the time I stepped off that private jet in Costa Rica, and now, that entire decade which passed before this publication was released to anyone, is part of a juicy story that will not be told in this episode. Page 197. You didn't think I'd go to such elaborate lengths to tell you the entire story of my ascent into the New World Order and waste a perfectly good chance to leave you hungry for more, did you? Besides, if I told you everything right now, what the hell would I write about in my next book? But I will tell you this. If you were truly interested in what you read so far, and you really want to know about what happened in the missing decade, before I write my next book, you'll just have to ask me in person. People I've met online, just like you, join me to attend high-level events and mastermind groups that meet in exotic locations all around the world. There's only one way to find out more. Page 198. Why should you join an Illuminati society? While the mass herds are shrieking in horror witnessing the disinformation planted in every corner of the internet about the order of the Illuminati, you'll either choose to revert and join them in their confused state of fear and panic, or see reality for what it really is. I don't know what you believed before you met me, but being armed with what you now know, you can immediately begin gaining advantages you may not have been able to gain before reading this publication. I hope to have, at minimum, provided you with that. During these times of turbulence, you'll be able to obtain unique advantages by becoming a member in one of the many well-connected societies and organizations slowly opening their doors to new members more than ever. There are many different Illuminati societies and Illuminati front groups all around the globe in operation today, most of which are completely secret. Many you will likely never even hear about. Page 199. Others are semi-secret, ranging from the easily accessible Freemasons, to the exclusive invite-only Bilderbugs. There are even several Illuminati organizations which have public websites where anyone can apply to become a member. Though there is no Illuminati society on the planet that blindly accepts new members. Are these societies and organizations lined with individuals who want to wipe out the majority of human civilization, and see those who remain alive trapped inside a technological control grid, to be kept around only as economic slaves? By the clever guise of well-crafted literature, and now videos on the internet, the naive and weak-minded are gripped by fear upon discovering the spooky stories of Luciferian plots for technocratic enslavement through a one-world government. Don't think for a minute there aren't people living on Earth today who wish to live off your hard efforts. But do understand that if any such person has joined the company of an Illuminati-based organization, and enjoys a dialogue with the most powerful people on Earth today, that person only holds the pleasure until he or she is eventually sabotaged, ostracized, and left for ruin. Page 200. through the perceptive lens of illuminated consciousness, a lens presented in raw form throughout this assimilation campaign document, one sees a completely different lot unfolding. You may see that now is the best time in history to join the Illuminati in the final coup de GRC, the creation of a new world order sans religion and politics. The benefits these different societies and organizations provide to members varies. Finding the right fit for yourself really depends on what your objectives are. There is an issue of money. Unless you have obtained success in your profession, your chances of being invited to the higher level societies might be limited. Others may be open and free to join, but might not grant access if it is assumed you lack the ability to provide benefits to other members. You'll need to ask yourself, what do you have to offer to others? Then ask yourself, what do you want in return? Are you looking to increase your wealth by gaining access to inside information? Are you looking for international sovereignty or a tax-free existence? Do you just want access to rare knowledge, truth? Do you want to create or fund philanthropic endeavors? Page 201. Do you want to be a leader? I only ask because, if you do wish to pursue a path into one of the many global societies, I suggest you have a clear vision of what you want out of life, what you want out of the connections you'll forge inside, and what you have to offer others. You shouldn't consider enjoying the advantages of being a member of any society if you can't bring value to other members. The basis in which all societies function and thrive is upon a mutually beneficial exchange of value between members. Essentially, you generally have two ways of joining an Illuminati society. 1. You can be approached by an existing member and invited to enter the initiation process, which varies from society to society. In most cases, you would likely need to be well connected through a social circle where you could be identified by an existing member as someone who shows potential. And the general requirement for initiation in this scenario is that you have to show evidence that you're teachable. If you're a gimme know-it-all, nobody is going to waste their time helping you. Page 202. I obviously don't know how likely that would be for you because I don't know your background, or your character. Understanding how career success and social connectivity can be typical barriers to entry, the organization I'm a member of is improving the likelihood of entry among the general public. The second way is, you can buy your way in. I'll talk about the second way first, because it's ultimately the way I got involved. Like I explained in an earlier chapter, by a stroke of luck, I was given the Illuminati manuscript, the tools to easily create wealth and instantly gain personal power, despite the dismal abyss I had sunken into. I was left on my own to prove myself in the free market. I was left alone to take what I learned and display the power I gained, by creating jobs, and delivering values to society. It was only after I had built an efficient operation, from the ground up, when I found myself in the company and respect of men and women who held real power. Page 203. Had I read the manuscript and gone on wasting away as I had been, I would not be telling you this story. Had I not paid to go to that $7,000 seminar, where I was reunited with Jason, this story would have been undoubtedly different. Essentially, I was being tested. I bought my way in by reaching a level of productive creativity where money was no longer an object of scarcity. Money became a tool I used to create opportunities for others. It was no longer something I struggled to obtain and hoard, nor was it something that ruled my life. Money became a mere technology that allowed me to use my creativity to reach out and help others in various ways, and obtain the lifestyle I desire through the process. I was tested by the market to whether or not I could leave behind the old mentality held by the common man, and rise into the new mentality of a global creator of values. When an opportunity arose, I seized it. I bought my way in without a second thought. Page 204. It was my fearless driving search for greater and greater levels of knowledge, and the application of that knowledge, which transformed me into who I had become. The leap of faith I took by going to that $7,000 event was either going to pay off or it wasn't, but it was the next logical move, and I seized it with haste. I was in tune with the direction I needed to be going, and I had a gut feeling that the puzzle pieces were coming together. I knew what I had to do, and I just did it. Fearlessly. To describe that intuitive inner drive with one single word is simply impossible, but I hope you understand what I'm talking about, that deep inner drive. The force that leads you to move in the right direction. Now that I look back, perhaps the biggest shift I experienced, what enabled me to later enjoy the company of some of the most influential and powerful people in the world, is my understanding of money, and what it means to be wealthy. Page 205. Most people don't understand how wealthy people operate, how they interpret the value of money, or the leverage they acquire with money. Many people demonize those who make lots of money, and those involved with secret societies which hold money-making secrets. But money is just a tool you can use to get things you want, or make things the way you want them. It's a tool, just like a shovel for your garden, a spatula for your stove, or a pen for your paper. It gives you certain amount of leverage in creating honest advantages in life for yourself and others. To put this into perspective, every year for the last decade I've been spending tons of money each year on information about how to get more money. For instance, I maintain subscription accounts with nearly a dozen different websites to get insider information about an array of subjects, from health to wealth building, costing me a little more than $1,500 a month total. I also subscribe to a stack of newsletters, some costing as much as $200 a month each. Page 206. I typically spend more than $75,000 a year to travel and attend various conventions and seminars. Some cost only a few $100s, others cost as much as $25,000 each. Most are invite-only. This is justifiable, because the people I meet and the things I learn give me an edge in what I do. But I also fork over a massive amount of money each year to be part of 4 different round-table groups, typically consisting of less than 12 people. These are exclusive groups I meet with, throughout the year, so I can gain focused strategic insights and get access to opportunities that just aren't available to the public. Page 207. After flights, hotels, meals, etc., I probably spend about $175,000 a year just going to these 4 round-table group meetings, which typically last a day, or a day and a half. Wealthy people don't hoard their money when it comes to gaining information and access to new contacts, methods, techniques, and skills that enable them to attract greater wealth. From the scarcity mindset that most people possess, they are forever trapped, not being able to experience the rewards of living with an abundant, wealthy mindset. They are turned off, or perhaps even turned angry by wealthy people's mere existence. Yet wealthy people create and maintain businesses that employ the world's populations. Wealthy people give the most money to charities. Wealthy people fund the arts, education, research organizations, and civic programs. Wealthy people pay the most taxes. Page 208. Why have I made it a practice to spend more and more money each year, for the last 10 years, seeking out wealthy people and learning what wealthy people learn? Because the return I get on the money I spend is phenomenal. Someone might think my own personal and business development expenses are excessive. But it's nothing compared to the higher-level groups frequented by individuals far outside my league. Every year in January, the world's most powerful industrialists, financiers, and moguls meet in Davos, Switzerland for a week to network and attend presentations. The entry fee to the exclusive Davos Economic Summit is $200,000. That's right. Those who attend Davos spend as much on a single ticket as I spend on all 4 of my roundtable meetings all year. I've never been to Davos, I roll with a different crowd. But it's just one of the many high-level meeting places that are frequented by people who have the power to improve people's lives on a massive scale. Page 209. If you truly want to see changes happen in the world, and you bring a unique talent to the table, the men and women who attend these types of high-end events are the ones you want in your back pocket. On the other hand, you can try to change the world by standing outside their hotel and shouting at it with a bullhorn, like a technologically adept Neanderthal, and see how many people you can help that way. But I'd advise otherwise. It's much more effective to infiltrate the system and extract value which you can redirect to whatever channel you prefer. Exclusive groups such as Bilderberg, Council on Foreign Relations, etc. are attacked as the axis of evil by conspiracy culture. Yet that culture doesn't understand how these organizations work. Page 210. They don't understand why wealthy people meet in these sorts of forums. They don't appreciate why secrecy is so important. These paranoid nerds have been spreading their delusional worldview on the internet like herpes, and you've likely been infected. They, and the business-hating liberal puppet people, are equally clueless about how these evil groups are filled with the most clever establishment saboteurs in history. The groups consist of some of the most creative thinkers, productive industrialists, and brilliant scientists on the planet, the individuals responsible for creating and managing the infrastructure through which our civilization can thrive at levels of health and wealth unimaginable to previous generations. These geniuses are directly responsible for providing you with the tools necessary for revolution to be born and raised. Sure, most of those groups are filled with parasitical elites. Politically motivated bureaucrats who are being strung along to induce the public's hatred toward the establishment. But to shriek in fear of an organization's inventory of humanoids is just foolish. Page 211. Identify within these groups the the Lassie army of modern heroes, John Galt-like men of the mind. And had these organizations not existed over the last several decades, some Hitler-like despot would have likely come along and murdered us all by now. I don't know exactly what you have been through during your journey to find the truth, but I do know that you have come across a variety of characters out there who are extremely convincing, who seek to draw you in and infect you with their perspective of reality. Not knowing what the New World Order really is, those characters blindly attack the invaluable figures involved in various global initiatives to usher in the necessary changes humanity must endure to survive eternally. Those are the same characters who attack me and the perspectives I bring to you. They want you to be as angry and as frustrated as they are. Page 212. Ultimately you're going to make up your mind on your own. The way I see it, I could either be a miserable Johnny Liberty under the mind control of the fun police, or I could choose to be responsible and take action to start living a life of wealth, health, and abundant happiness. I urge anyone sincerely interested in joining one of the many Illuminati societies operating around the planet today, to start pursuing it now. As of the time of this writing, while the nexus is still open, easier access for common people exists today than it ever has before. And now is the most exciting time in history to be a part of what's happening. But you will face limitations. The doors aren't just open to anyone. You're not going to make any progress if you've been blacklisted. That could have happened for a variety of reasons. There are several blacklists that are maintained specifically to block access to criminals and government officials. Page 213. I oversaw the development of one. There are also several international databases of names which house likely candidates, who, when matched, are likely to be instantly accepted. How do you find out if you're in one of these databases? You can't. But when you raise your flag, those who can help you enter the process will come to your service. Take my insider's challenge to raise your flag, and show me you're ready to take the next step. You don't have to be interested in business to use the advantages you'll receive from society membership. You might gravitate toward art, or you may be an intellectual interested in gaining access to rare knowledge. You may be a teacher interested in mentoring young apprentices. Business isn't for everyone, but everyone can utilize money-making leverage to see their ideas and creations reach as far as possible, to responsive audiences and markets. Page 214. Access to the groundbreaking ideas of highly accomplished leaders from a large variety of industrial, financial, social and political sectors gives you a far-reaching global perspective you can leverage in your creative projects, no matter what area you want to be involved in. The rare and unique ability to gain knowledge and associate with insiders from around the world allows you not only to experience the personal gains from what you learn, but the ability to deliver personal gains to others, neither of which you could ever accomplish as an isolated individual. With a mastermind group, your power multiplies. As I described, the process I went through to find a safe haven where I could build long-term relationships with individuals who could help me achieve my goals was essential in the development of my character. What I went through has allowed me to become one of those individuals who now helps others achieve their goals. Page 215. If you go down this path, many of the people you will meet have major professional accomplishments, academic accolades, or worldwide reputations and achievements. These people are not the evil establishment figures demonized by conspiracy theorists and liberals. They are people who share a desire to help others gain knowledge, connections, and expertise. They are mentors to those who are serious about taking charge of their own destinies, achieving wealth, gaining financial freedom, experiencing dynamic health, and reaching high levels of personal happiness. By raising a new generation of individuals who can learn to live independent of the establishment, we're ensuring the smoothest possible transition into the inevitable. Maybe you want to get close to people who have mastered the law of attraction, and learn directly from them how to achieve the mindset all happy, successful people possess. Page 216. Maybe you just want to learn about the latest advancements in science and technology, about the most recent censored research and discoveries being made to cure debilitating diseases and aging. Or you might want access to money-making opportunities that will keep your family safe, secure, and healthy during the Depression. I'm personally interested in taking advantage of dirt-cheap real estate prices to create affordable housing opportunities for people in my local area who are struggling because of the downturn. Some people want to create windfall profits using leveraged stocks and bonds during the turbulent shifts of wealth that will continue to occur in the financial markets over the next few years. It's also essential to learn about asset protection strategies, and the specific tactics for achieving personal sovereignty. Think of all the great opportunities you have access to looking forward. Page 217. The reasons you're looking for advantages from becoming a member in an organization like the one I belong to might be few, or they could be many. But as the world economies decline in the greatest depression ever, there's no better place to be than in the security of a top-notch mastermind group that can not only assist you in achieving and maintaining the lifestyle you desire, but enable you to better help others who are in need as well. There's no better time to seize your own personal power than right now. There's no obstacle too difficult or cost too great to hold you back from becoming who you were meant to be. Today, when I look back at how life used to be, I chuckle. The opportunity for me to experience life at its fullest, no matter what I went through in my darkest years, is the same opportunity available to anyone else who's ready to move forward and pull their sword from the stone. All I needed was a little help from a friend. What do you need? Page 218. 3 shocking confessions. As if it wasn't enough letting you in of the most intimate details of my life, how I think, how I act, and what my agenda is. After everything I've said thus far, there will undoubtedly be some Johnny Liberty out there squawking about how my book Confessions of an Invisible Illuminati, in the end, confessed nothing. Although Johnny is infinitely impossible to please in his state of constant confrontation and disappointment, I'll wrap up this publication with a nice pretty bow by leaving him with 3 indisputable nuggets. Confession 1. Conspiracy culture has been infiltrated for the sole purpose of recruitment. Agent provocateurs are so tightly embedded on the message boards, social networks, and bloggers, it's impossible to separate them from the rest of the herd. Wherever you turn, someone is attempting to influence what you think. Chances are that only. Page 219. Until recently in your life, you had very little knowledge about Austrian economics, objectivism, the Constitution, secret societies, the monetary system, and a host of other topics. Chances are, before you were sucked into the Illuminati marketing matrix, you could have cared less. But in recent years you've been awakened to the nuances of social and economic mechanisms spinning us into a new world order. Along your journey, you've been swayed by disinformation that fit into whatever perverted beliefs you held about reality. If you believed in the Bible, you've been told about the satanic Luciferian conspiracy, the return of the Antichrist, 666, blah blah blah. If you believed in aliens, you've been told about UFOs, CIA mind cover-ups, and the reptilian outer world beings who came to Earth to rule over the humans, blah blah blah. Now you've met me, and hopefully you've begun to meet others like me. We were the ones who pulled you out of the delusions that so effectively helped desensitize you and prepare you for entry into the Illuminati mastermind. Page 220. Someone had to creep in and latch onto whatever delusions you gravitated toward, crank up the frequency, and then smash those illusions into a million pieces, like a mirror being tossed off a skyscraper. If you're now becoming aware that the Illuminati hand was in a majority of the ridiculous disinformation about the alien, Luciferian, or reptilian plots for global genocide, you can begin to see the big picture of how the ultimate goal is being achieved. Confession 2. An Illuminati hand in the R3 evolution is a vast understatement. For decades this period in history has been envisioned, planned for, and is now being executed like an 1812 overture of consciousness. You might remember hearing back in late 2007, before the presidential primaries, that Congressman Ron Paul had raised more money in a single day than any other presidential contender in history. You probably also remember that he raised more campaign contributions from U.S. service people than any other candidate, Democrat or Republican. Page 221. If you were following, you witnessed how he was shunned by the mainstream media during the primary elections. He was ignored during the debates, purposefully uninvited to the Fox debates, labeled as a crook, and pushed to the sidelines. I hope you were furious about that, because that's the exact kind of rise we needed out of you. When the collapse came in 2008, just before the election, Congressman Ron Paul began making daily appearances on mainstream media, suddenly labeled as the guy who was right all along. His supporters were stunned. But you should have seen the grin on my face. As soon as Barack Obama was inaugurated, conservative media began the steady transition from Bush support to Constitution support as fast as audiences would eat it up. The public has a slight learning curve. You can't just start telling them the truth overnight because they won't believe you. They need to be led out of their trances carefully. But at the end of the day, it's like teaching a child to ride a bike. Nothing can stop your progress if you keep pushing. So far everything has worked magically. I'm very pleased. Page 222. Now, after everything I've told you throughout this publication, if you still don't see how this Ron Paul phenomenon came about, and the importance it played creating a foundational movement toward a new world order, I encourage you to seriously begin questioning everything you think you know about secret societies. Maybe you should question your sources a bit more thoroughly? Confession 3. If you really knew how much money is waiting to be thrown at a libertarian candidate, your jaw would drop. The amount of money that was put into setting off the Ron Paul phenomenon is mere loose change compared to the stockpile of cash and assets just waiting to be spent in order to overthrow the liberal establishment for good, as soon as 2012. To accurately describe how much has been stockpiled, consider what it would be like to use all of the water in an Olympic-size swimming pool to put out the flame on the head of a single matchstick. Page 223. You simply cannot imagine how many eager multimillionaires and multibillionaires are out there waiting patiently until the perfect moment comes along where they can root out every last parasite in the system, restore constitutional law, and usher in an era of unhindered, unregulated free enterprise, catapulting civilization to quickly advance toward unprecedented levels of health, wealth, and potential. Why? Because it's going to make us all insanely wealthy. Want to know why we were so excited to see Obama elected? Because he's the epitome of everything America is not. He's the smooth criminal voters needs to fall in love with in order to break down their belief in government once and for all. I personally can't wait until the skeletons start coming out of the closet. It's going to be a circus. You've seen this pattern happening in all the previous administrations, so you should already have a good idea about what's on the horizon. Page 224. Voters decided they wanted to learn the hard way, so let them. Let's see how they'll feel once the motor of the world comes to a grinding halt. We're prepared for any sort of stoppage, and if you see the importance of the events unfolding in the coming years, I encourage you to secure your future, let nature take its course, and don't get caught up in the collateral damage. By hook or crook, we will see the rapid transformation toward a free global society within the first quarter of this century. It can start in America by 2012, or we can wait it out for another decade. It all depends on the individual. Either way, I urgently invite you to take the steps necessary, and put the effort forth to ensure your lifestyle won't be affected by the collapse. Everything the Eli Rook brand has developed so far, my books and various online materials, have been stepping stones to prepare my readers and online friends to enter the safe haven that's been built in secrecy over the last 10 years. Page 225. I originally came forth on January 1st of 2009 to begin attracting those qualified candidates I could bring into the safe haven, and shortly before I released Confessions of an Invisible Illuminati, many of those select individuals chose to join us. Now, with the full release of this publication, the doors are opening up. We've came together to form a community-oriented support infrastructure to rapidly accommodate the many qualified individuals who are now beginning to join us en masse. To find out more, you know what to do. Take my insider challenge, and get connected so you have plenty of insulation during the storm. Your blueprints for escape. This chapter has been purposefully omitted. Page 227. Where's the last chapter? HMM. http://elirook.com/insider